Nick said I'm running a little behind. Not really. It's just like 10:01, barely, right? Just barely. Fashionably late. I am fashionably late. Always. Nick would tell you always. Yes, dear? Oh, shut the door. Okay, friends, hello, hello. Let's give it a second so that I can catch up with you. So I can make sure to see what you're seeing. It is taking a brief moment. Oh, here we go. Almost. Oh, there we go. Hi, friends. Hello, hello. Hello. How are we? How are we today? Oh, goodness. Wow. Well, anyhow, how are we doing? How are we? Happy Saturday. Happiest of Saturdays today. Let's get just a little bit more light on the subject, I think. Just a little bit more light. And then, I don't know, that could now be like really crazy, but we'll see. We'll see. Hi. Hello, hello. Hello, my friends. Oh, Maureen, thank you. My top. Yes. So there's now some things in my closet that are fitting that haven't been fitting for a while. So I'm feeling very good and positive about that. And if that's something like me you struggle with your entire lifetime, then it's always a good day when you pull something out and you're like, oh, I haven't tried this on in a long time. Will it fit? And you're like, oh, it does. Yes. So excited about that. Very excited about that. Okay. I'll check comments in a minute. I just saw something, but I'll check comments in a minute. Hello, my friends. Hello. Happy Saturday. It has been a hot minute since we've done a Saturday, hasn't it? As I look at my calendar on the wall that still says February, last time we did a Saturday was February 8th. We did 2 weeknight listing sessions in February. I think 2. I don't know. It's been crazy, right? I think we did 2 and then another Saturday, whatever it is. Anyhow, we are back on Saturdays for the entire month of March, possibly with the exception of the last Saturday in March, and we'll talk about it in a second. So, hello and welcome. Welcome to you. If we have not met before, welcome, welcome. My name is Lael Konkar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. Website, laelbymail.com. You'll see that linked in the description box of the video. When I am not traveling, which February was the end of January and all of February was crazy, crazy, crazy. Lots of traveling. So when I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So as we're listing, we are basically telling a story. And I think for most of us, we're telling our own story. And we're doing that list style. I had a very interesting email from a woman earlier this week, and I hope you are here. If that was you, you know who you are. But she had just said, you know, she's kind of been working with some products and kits from, you know, other manufacturers or other individuals on, you know, for the last while. And it's kind of always struggled with journaling and not necessarily knowing how to journal. And I'm paraphrasing a lot. I'm probably putting some words into her mouth too. But I also know from what many of you have told me that a lot of times you feel like you can't write. So it holds you back from maybe doing what you want to do, telling your story. So what we do here is we are telling a story, our story in a lot of cases, but we're doing it list style, which kind of pulls out that whole, oh my gosh, I'm not Ernest Hemingway. How do I do this? I don't know how to write. Listing is very approachable. Most of us have made lists our entire life, whether it's a shopping list, a grocery list, a spelling list, a to-do list, whatever it is. But I've found over my 28 years, I guess, of documenting, journaling, memory keeping, that within the last maybe 8 or 9 years for me, listing is just kind of where it's at for me. Makes it super easy. It can be quick. I can get things down on paper. I can play, which I love to play and be creative while I'm doing that. But anyhow, that is what we do here on Saturdays. So welcome to you. Curious, if you are new here, would love it if you'd pop into the chat and say hello. And if you are so inclined, let us know how you found us. That is always very, very interesting to me. I know a lot of you, just YouTube recommends you or recommends me to you or what have you. There's something that you're watching or something that you're searching for or a pattern that they see that brings you here, which we just love that so much. If you have been here with me for a while, welcome to you. You guys know I love you as well. There is a live chat that takes place when I am live. So if you want to participate in the chat, just kind of do your little, let your fingers do the walking or typing, and we can communicate that way. So before we get going, I am going to take a look at the chat, see who's here, and then we'll go from there. Sound good? Sound good. We're going to cross our fingers. Reggie the cat is sleeping in his little bucket on my desk, and he is fast asleep, which I'm totally surprised because he like slept all night like on me. And he is a big cat, and he's also, when he stretches out, very long. So I'm shocked that he's still sleeping, but we'll cross our fingers that we have that. All right, let's take a look. Hello, Marilee. She is back in her happy place again. I love it. Nice to see you, Ms. L. Good morning. Cherie, Atlanta is in the house. Nick's in the house, literally in my house, our house. Good morning, Deborah. Let's see. Deborah, you are double screening today. I love that. You've got me on one screen and Vicki on another. I love it. I just have to say, if there's anyone I get to share a screen with, I'm glad it's my dear friend Vicki. So have a wonderful time today, Deborah. I'm sure you will. Hopefully with all of us, right? Variety is the spice of life. I love that. So true. Hello, Jane. Nancy, hello. Hi, Grace. Most difficult time connecting to your show before it starts. I was just looking this time. That is so odd, Grace. I'm not sure why. I don't know. I know I can connect okay because I watch too. I know Nick can connect okay, and I think everyone else here is okay connecting. So I don't know why. I'm sorry. I hope it clears up. Good morning, Karen. Hi, Carrie. Hello, Shanna. Nice to see you. Elizabeth. Good morning, Justine. Karen, thank you for the reminder. Thumbs up. If you guys, and really anyone you're interacting with, even if you're literally doom scrolling or just scrolling on, whatever social media platform that you like to scroll on, take 1/2 second and just hit that like button or that thumbs up button. That's really helpful to people like me. So always thanks for the reminder, Karen. Patricia, hello. Maureen, good afternoon. Snowy Northern Ontario. Snow, wow. I will tell you, it's beautiful here outside in Utah. It is, I don't know, what's the temperature? It is, I just look and see what my watch says. It is 46 degrees, so that is pretty nice. It looks like 57 is a high today, which, woo, like it's like a heat wave almost. We're in that crazy spring-ish time in Utah where it'll be 60 one day and then we'll get a foot of snow the next day. You just never know. So you got to keep all the shoes handy and all the coats just in case. Let's see. Deborah, hello, Zen girls. Yes, now you know we've started. Yep, for sure. For sure. Hello, Jackie Lee from sunny Orlando. Ms. L, Kim Create from Connecticut. Gerda, good morning, good morning. She said, let's have some fun today and create a happy list. We're going to create several happy lists. Absolutely. Hello, Tracy. Wendy, Iowa. Let's see. Valerie, good morning. Valerie is also a Utahn. Pam Soames, good morning, my friend. Nice to see you. Karen, some kind of tech issue. I missed that. So, let's see. Shannon, good morning, good morning. Absolutely beautiful day in Arizona. So, Shannon, I saw something on the news earlier this week that said, I think Arizona's a big state. Phoenix maybe just hit 90 for the first time this year. Oh, goodness. Wow. And here we still have our snow boots out just in case in Utah. Stay cool. Hello, Piper Lily Journal. She's looking for some morning inspiration. I love that. Well, hopefully you will find that here. Rainy, good morning, good morning. Oh, gosh, Rainy. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Rainy said, hello, tough week. Found out I will be without a job on March 28th. So I'm glad to get to be here with you while I work on a resume. Rainy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hope that whatever comes next is better than what you are leaving. So we can just send all the positive thoughts your way and keep me posted, okay? Good morning, Kyla. Hello, Martine, our friend from the Netherlands. Karen Tar, good morning, good morning. Always so fun to see some of my old friends, now not old age, but Karen, we go back, I think I probably say this every time. We go back for a while, right, to a store in Northern California in Los Gatos called Creative Escape. And then I think also there are a number of you that I know from PlannerCon, the PlannerCon event that used to take place in San Francisco. And Marilee and I just discovered that, I realized after a little chat with her that that's how we know each other as well. So let's see. Oh gosh, Cheryl, good morning, good morning. Belinda's working on a mini envelope album. We'll have lots of lists. I love that. So here's the other thing, you guys. We all do different things. We all have different interests. We all have different hobbies. We all have different kind of loves when it comes to our documenting and storytelling. So I love it when you can take one love, like mini albums, and another love, like your list, and mash them together, right? Because I say the only thing that you need to do, what we do here, is something to write with and something to write on. And from there, it's totally up to you. So you could be watercoloring and then write on top of that. Or you could be all kinds of crazy mixed media things and then do your listing on top of that. So I use traveler's notebooks, but you do you. You know, that's what I say. Whatever works for you. Hello, Jackie. Nice to see you. Mary J. Blige is in the house. Hello, Ann Cirque. Ann, it's been a little while, yeah? Christy, hello from California. Let's see. Hello, Zen Girl's ready to play. Debbie Henderson, good morning, and good morning, Terry. Patty Sosa, good morning as well. Hi, TK, nice to see you in Michigan. Righty. That's funny. Terry said, great talk, maybe the pattern of your next Traveler's Notebook cover. Not the pattern of my next Traveler's Notebook covers. If you guys missed me talking about this a little bit, it is now March 1st, which means we are 20 days, less than 3 weeks away from our 5 years of what we do here on Saturdays, our listing, kind of my 5-year listing, whatever you want to call it, anniversary. Every year, as we've been celebrating first year anniversary, so it all started during the pandemic. Like, if you didn't realize that, that's another big milestone. We are now coming upon the 5-year anniversary of kind of really when the pandemic hit, at least here in the US, and that was March 21st, 2020. So March 21st, 22nd, 23rd, here, lots of fun things happening. March 22nd, save the date. We will do an all-day listing. So we will be here from 9 a.m. to probably 6 p.m. Pacific time. There'll be a little break in between so I can take a breath. But if you have not joined us for one of our all-dayers before, it's a lot of fun. We'll do a little walk down memory lane. We'll do some listing. Lots of fun prizes. I have bought a lot of swag to give away. So just some fun branded things to share. But the big thing that's coming on March 21st, there are 4 brand new Traveler's Notebook covers. You may have seen a sneak peek of 1 or 2 just out there. But 4 brand new Traveler's Notebook covers, 2 themed inserts. The interior pages are themed. One is travel. The other one is the habit tracker. The habit tracker physical proof I just approved yesterday. So the idea book, this year's idea book, 4 new stamp sets and 2 new dies. So there's a lot coming on March 31st. 21st, March 21st. So things will kick off March 21st and then our all-day listing on March 22nd. So keep your eyes peeled for that and, maybe do a little save the date in your calendar or your Traveler's Notebook or your planner or whatever it is. Okay. Hello, Just a Girl on Her Paper, Lindsay. She's in an all-day crop, getting messy with inks. I love that. Love that you are having fun. Karen, I understand. All good, Karen. No worries. Hi, Susie. Gosh, Susie, it's been a really long time. Susie Cubido, right? I just love your French last name. Susie and I met, oh my gosh, Susie, Arkansas? Was it Arkansas? Maybe it's when I worked for Basic Gray, I think. So that goes back to probably 2009 or 10. Yikes, we're getting old. But old, we get better with age, right? We get better with age. Terry says it's 60 degrees here in Colorado, but blizzard expected on Monday night. Oh goodness, right? All right. Hi, Cindy Keaton from Missouri. Nice to see you. My Cajun friend. Yes, Susie, I miss you too. I love it when the people from the past just pop in. So fun to see you. I know Valerie said she can't believe it's been 5 years. Terry, do we have a time limit today? Pretty much no. I think things will probably be about 3 hours. I don't know. That's famous last words for me. Next thing you know, it'll be 7 hours. It won't be, but. Hi, Heather. Thank you for the top. Thank you for the compliment for the top. Oh, Louisiana, Arkansas. Louisiana. I don't know where I pulled Arkansas from. Louisiana. Yes, that's the one I meant. I know you know which one I meant. Jenny Bolin was there teaching. Margie Romney Aslet was there teaching. Oh my gosh, the lady that used to own Pink Paisley, Rebecca. Anyhow, lots of us. It was so fun. That was so fun. All right. Let's see. Hello, Colleen. Nice to see you. Another friend from Canada. All right, you guys. I think that yes, Hobby. I love it. We're not old. We're vintage. Steffavella, hello. Hi. All right, friends. Okay, I think we're ready. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Okay, so we talked a little bit about scheduling. Just a little housekeeping we'll get out of the way before we flip the cameras. We are listing at least the first 4 Saturdays in March. So the 1st, the 8th, as I do the math, the 15th, and the 22nd, right? 22nd's the big all there. Right now, I think Nick and I are planning on jumping in Harvey, the RV, and going out of town that last week of March. So just stay tuned for that. I'll let you know for sure. But here every Saturday, otherwise, for the month of March. If you are joining me on Monday for the Our Story mini book project kit class, just remember that's Monday. I'll send out a reminder later today, but if you purchased that, you should have already received an email about class. If you did not, you'll find that kit on my website at lailbymail.com. That is the Our Story mini book class. And if you have not purchased it, you purchase it. You can watch the class at any time. We will be doing this coming Wednesday, which would be what, 3rd, 4th, 5th. The 5th? Yes, the 5th. We will do a What's New Wednesday. Oh my gosh, lots of things to share. Not the new products yet, not my new products yet. You gotta wait to see those until the 21st. But I'll do a What's New Wednesday this week to show some fun new products. So your best bet to know about when anything is happening, especially here on YouTube, is subscribe to the channel. That's a really easy way. And then if you click the little notification bell, you'll be notified when I schedule things and when I'm going live and things like that. So that's a super easy way. Or you can go to lailbymail.com and sign up for emails. All right, what else do I have to share? I think that's all. I don't know. I think that's all for now. I'm sure I'll come up with other things. We'll think about it. Oh, I know. Here's another one. Every time we're together, I always do giveaways. I do one giveaway where we're working live, and I also do an after party giveaway. After party giveaway is so that anyone can participate. They don't have to be watching live. So the way you participate in that is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. And then the morning before we list again, like this morning before we started, I go randomly draw a person, random lucky winner, to win the after party prize. So I did that this morning before we started, and the random lucky winner of the Glimmers stamp set was Mindy Hall. So Mindy, if you're here, congratulations. You always know you won, or you should know, because I reply back to your comment, and that should trigger an email to you. So we'll do 2 giveaways again today. I don't know what they are yet. I'll think about them when we get there. But one will be live, and when I kind of get ready for that, I'll tell you how the live giveaways work, and then there'll always be the after party. Okay, I was going to say enough of me talking, but let's be honest, I talk the whole time. So enough of me talking this way. Let's rotate the camera and kind of start playing, all right? So I am going to, I need to think about this. This is a little clunky right now. Just know, oh, we're good. I still have yet to figure out what in the world changed so that I have to rotate things completely different. The camera's completely different than it ever has been in the past. And this is just kind of, we're rolling with it. It just takes me a moment to figure out, remember the new, it's like muscle memory, right? You know, muscle memory when you're used to doing something the same way for so long. I just have to get that new muscle memory down. All right. Okay, so yes, I plugged in. Thank you so much for the reminder, Colleen. I always appreciate you. Linda, I love it. Linda said, hi, Lael. We met in Spokane at the 3 Craft Chicks event. And it's your first time listing on a Saturday. That is so fun. Welcome, Linda. And welcome to anyone who is just joining us for their first listing session. And welcome if you've been, absent for a while. You have life, right? Life happens. And you are back popping in for Saturdays. So just, always nice to have you here. I always say that if I don't have you here, then I am not doing this. And that makes me sad, because really, truly, this is one of the only times where I play just to play for me. And you guys know how important that is, right? It's really important for you, all of us that like to craft, to be able to play. And when it is your job and your business, sometimes it's hard to play. Everything feels like you have to do it, or it's forced, or what have you. So I'm very excited to play, and I'm glad that you guys join me so I can play. So we can play together and chit chat and, catch up and reminisce and what have you. All right. So you have a new granddaughter, Susie. I love that for you. Congratulations. How exciting. All right. So let's take a look at the list that we did when we were together last. So we were last together listing on Tuesday, February 18th. And by the way, if you ever miss any of our listing sessions, you can always come back and watch the replay at any time. So when we were together on Tuesday, the 18th, we did 2 lists. Let me just look. Gosh, it's been a while, right? 12 days. So let's take a look at what we did. We were going to do 3, and then we just ended up doing 2. We did, oh yes, currently and just saying. All right. So we did a list that I called Just Saying. And this one, we used products from my friend Kelly Bangs' Just Saying collection with spellbinders. So basically what I did here, I used a lot of different die cuts, and then I wrote the things that kind of currently for me, these are some of the things that I am saying. I love that for you. You catch more flies with honey. You do you. It's hotter than the hubs of HE double hockey sticks, right? Oh my goodness, squirrel, oopsie, no worries. Reggie, get in your bucket, hold please. Anyhow, that was just a fun way to document some of the things that I am saying, some of my like phrases this time in my life. We've done a list like this a couple of different times over the last 5 years because some of these things stay constant and some of them change, right? We've also done a different version of this where I called them like family isms. So the different things that different people in our family say. So that would be another take on this list. Let me just pull this out here. This was the idea book, this is the very first idea book that had all of our lists from 2020 to 2023. So let me look for family, page 54. So let's see what we did there. That was familyism. So basically just took a couple of different things, actually 7, I guess, that our family likes to say. Have fun storming the castle. That's a big one. That's a kind of a reference to Princess Bride. We actually have a number of references to Princess Bride in our family. And actually look at that one. It's hotter than the hubs of HELL, HE double hockey sticks. So that's one that I'm still, 4 years later, hanging on to. We did one, things my mother used to say. I did dadisms. Back in 22, we did a Lael-ism. So it's kind of a fun idea. Different people in your family or friends or coworkers, or, maybe you have a favorite actor or actress. I guess everyone's an actor now, right? Maybe you have a favorite actor and you wanted to do something like that to log the things that you love, that they say. Anyhow, this one I kept it pretty simple. And I actually, after we were done, I did come back and do a few things to it. When we were working together, I outlined all of those little speech bubble die cuts because I felt like they needed just a little bit of something to stand out a little bit more. I did the same thing with the Just Saying. But after the fact, I wrote things I say all the way around that little quote. I went in and added some word strip stamps just to kind of add a little bit more visual interest throughout and fill in a little bit more of that space. And then I did a little double outline around the page and colored it in with a colored pencil. So that was one of the lists that we did last week. And what's fun about this type of list, or really any of the lists that we do, this you could just take a spiral notebook. I used to do this when our boys were little. Jack and Sam are now 27 and 24, but when they were little, I just had a little notebook that I would keep little things in that they would say. So when kids are, what is that? Someone used to have a TV show about funny things that kids would say, but I had a notebook like that where I would just jot down the fun things the kids would say when they were little. So you can really do that for anyone, and you don't have to have all the product to do it. Now, the product for me is what makes it fun and creative, but you could literally just have a little spiral notebook or a little traveler's notebook insert and just be jotting those things down as you go. All right, so that was our first list. Our second list, was it back here? No. Our second list was a currently list, but it was a different take on a currently list. So this was currently from Reggie's perspective, right? So some of you feel like Reggie's your cat, right? He's definitely a huge part of my life. That is Sam's cat that now lives with us. Sam is our younger son. But when I knew that Simple Stories was coming out with a kind of a cat and dog collection, and that was probably early January. When I saw those sneak peeks, I thought I want to do, because currently is a list that we do, fairly frequently, maybe every couple of months, where you're just documenting the things that are kind of happening in your world, things that you're eating, liking, needing, hoping, following, craving, growing, I don't know. Lots and lots and lots of different prompts, part of the 2 currently stamp sets. But I thought it would be fun, a little bit of a twist, a little bit of a different take on a standard currently list, to do it from someone else's perspective or something else's perspective. So in this case, that is Reggie. So I use the fur baby cat collection from Simple Stories to do that. I used a couple of the dies that were part of the January die release. I used the library pocket die to create that pocket. I used the library card die along with the library card stamp. And then that just fits right in that little pocket there. Lots of questions about when that library card die is coming back in. They have already been produced. They are on the way. So they will come back in stock at some point later this month. When they get here, that's when I'll know that they're here. So with the library card stamp, if you have been waiting for that, library card die to come back in, and this goes for any products on my website. If something is sold out, I try to do a pretty good job of, if they're coming back in, I will leave them active on the website. So for any product, you'll see a little box that says email me when available. So if something is out of stock, click the email me when available button, enter your email address, and then as soon as product is added back into inventory, that notification process is seamless. It is all automated, so it doesn't require a human to go, oh gosh, who do we need to let know it's back in? That's the best way to be notified when things are back in stock. I will tell you, those of you that have been waiting ever so patiently for the Aleppi clips, the reorder, the second reorder, or third reorder I think we're on now, of the Aleppi clips, those are, from what I understand, they are on the way. So maybe the next week or so, if you've been waiting for any of those clips to come back in, then make sure that on the website, because it's every color, every size, that you say, email me when available. Because those will probably go quick again. We've doubled our order, and those seem to go pretty quickly. All right, let me see. Karen's notes, let's see. Susie, your boys are 27 and 26. Oh my goodness, isn't that crazy? Wow, it's just amazing how they grow, isn't it? Karen said she bought those cat stickers because of the spread, and you freaking love it. Plan to use them in your cat waterfall book. Oh, very fun. Yeah, super cute collection, super cute products. Stuff of Vella. Do I keep a separate notebook for in the news and about last month? Or do you just go in order in one notebook and just keep going? Stuff of Vella, I go in one order and I just keep going. So let's take a look here. There's about last month, January. My lists are in between there. There's in the news for January. I just keep going. That is how I do it. Now, a lot of people that purchase my annual year in review project kits, they will do everything in one, because that is how that project kit is designed, for you to be able to do all of that in one. So it's really whatever you want to do. There's no right or wrong. One of the things to me that's very freeing about what we do here is there's no order. You can start with anything, you can end with anything. Nothing is chronological. So it really doesn't matter what you decide to do. I know we have people that do both ways. For me, it's just easier to, just as I work, here's the next page, here's the next list. But you could do it either way, certainly. That's a great question. Let's see. Dadism, Zen Girl said, dadisms will be great. My 85-year-old dad's vocabulary is a riot, right? Well, it's funny because parents, a lot of times, my dad had so many dadisms, measure twice, cut once. It takes two to tango. My sister and I, when we were little, used to fight all the time and be like, Dad, she did it. No, it takes two to tango. Two wrongs don't make a right. All of the things that, my dad said and my mom said and things like that. They're just kind of fun to log, right? Okay, So those were the two lists that we did when we were together last. The first list that we're going to start out today is a carryover from when we were together last, and that is the glimmers list. So glimmers, that is a concept, something that we first did. We did our very first glimmers list probably in mid-December, so about 3 months ago. My friend Sherry, I was out of town with her, and one day in December, we were chatting, and she said, "Oh, that was a glimmer." And I'm like, "Glimmer? What is a glimmer?" And she's like, "You don't know what a glimmer is?" And I'm like, "No, please enlighten me." And she said, "Oh, a glimmer is basically something in the everyday, just kind of a bright little spot in your day. So maybe it's seeing a rainbow, or maybe it's someone smiling at you at the grocery store, or holding the door open for you, or hearing your granddaughter's first laugh. But there just can be really small things in the everyday, just like a little glimmer. So we did that first list, and I don't know, I just really just kind of took to the whole concept of glimmers. It really is something that resonated with me, especially right now. Life, you guys, in our world is maybe not really easy. We have people, like Rainey said, she just found out that she's being laid off. There's just a lot of things happening in our world right now. And sometimes it's really easy to look at the big picture and get down, right? So if we can go down to the microscopic level and just look for the little teeniest, tiniest glimmers in our day, there's a lot of research that they're kind of starting to do on this topic. That the more you look for them and the more you notice them, the more you start to recognize them when they happen. So that is our first list today, is glimmers. It's something that resonated with me so much and so quickly in December, that after we did our first list, I sat down, and I've never designed a stamp so quickly in my life. Literally about 20 minutes later, the whole stamp was ready to go. I sent it off to one of my designers and said, "This is the font I want. This is exactly the size I want. I want little things like this. These are the words I want." And we turned it around very quickly for the January release. So that is what I will be using for my first list today, the Glimmers stamp set. If you are a little interested in glimmers and you're like, "Ooh, maybe I want to read a little bit more about that," for the blog post for today's session, and that is linked in the description box of the video. That will take you to the blog post, and on that blog post, you will find a link to an article that is very informative. I found it fascinating about glimmers, if you want to read a little bit more about what glimmers are. Alrighty, so Candy asked 718, and I'm just repeating what her word is. I'm not swearing. I mean, what her not her word, her her YouTube name. Said, "I've never heard of glimmers until I watched your last video, then went to the blog post about it." I think it's just, we can all have a little positivity in our life, even if we have to find it and identify it for ourselves. Stepha said, "I love the idea of focusing on the good things." Kyla, I love that. Kyla said, "I was in charge of leading the supervisor meeting at work on Thursday, so I explained glimmers and had everyone share one for our team building." Kyla, that's amazing. I love that you put that out there. That's so cool. I think, was it maybe Sarah Foss? I can't remember. Maybe Sarah Foss told us maybe a session or two ago that one of the habits that she is actively tracking for herself in a habit tracker is she is working on putting glimmers out there for other people. Holding the door for someone, smiling at someone, seeing someone at the grocery store, and you like their top or their outfit, and you say, "You know what, that is a beautiful top on you." So putting glimmers out in the universe, I think, can be just as rewarding as getting your own. All right. Okay. Candy has 718 said LMAO, right? It's my Xbox gamer tag. You can just say Candy. Okay, I'll just say Candy, but that's funny. All right. So I am going to do a 2-page list. I will do my list. I don't know, maybe this time I'll do my list over on the my list on the right-hand side. Most of the time, my lists, if they are kind of a single-page list with other stuff, I do it on the left-hand side. So let's switch it up. Left-hand side will be a large photo, right-hand side will be a list. So what I had prepared last week when we were initially going to do a list, or this list, was this photo. I did a lot of traveling during the month of February, and one of the places I was in Coronado, outside of San Diego, and that is a photo that I took when I was out walking on the beach one morning. So I thought that might be a fun thing to use for my glimmers, because I had lots of glimmers on that trip that I kind of will include in my list here. So that is a full-size photo. I printed it out to be 5 by 8.25, and 5 by 8.25 is the size of the Traveler's Notebook insert that I'm using. So Traveler's Notebook, that is my preferred format for when I am listing. And I use a standard wide. So my inserts that I make, mail by mail inserts, are standard wide. They are 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. So that's what I'm using. I am going to get my corner rounder out here because I would like to round those corners. Generally, I'm rounding all of my corners in my Traveler's Notebook insert because the pages of the insert are rounded. So it makes sense to me to round. All right, so I will round outside corners. This is going to be on the left-hand page. So I will round outside corners. How is everyone today? Are you doing well? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you are looking for lots of glimmers. Hopefully. Terry, thank you. Stunning photo. Yes, it is. Well, you know what? Okay. I didn't mean to say yes, it is. It was a stunning, it was a beautiful morning. So I can say the morning was beautiful. It is a nice photo though. I think so too. I can say that, right? All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my trimmer out. I need to trim the width of that just a tad. Even though I printed that photo to be 5 inches wide, and my insert is 5 inches wide, I lose a couple of millimeters in the center from the binding or the stapling. So I need to make it a little bit narrower. So let's just trim a little bit off of this. Just a titch. Just a little titch. Now see how that works. I am going to rotate. I've rotated my insert so it is upside down. It is easier for me since I'm right-handed to kind of work with things that way. All right, that looks pretty good. Now, I'm going to get out a different adhesive than I would normally use on my page. Actually, I need this one because I will need regular adhesive as well. But I am going to, let's see, where? Hold on. That is not where I'm expecting it to be, so bear with me a minute. Hold please. Hold please. All righty. All right, there we go. I am grabbing some score tape. 1/4 inch wide score tape. So I want to use something a little bit stronger than my traditional tape runner. Sorry about that. I got a little frog in my throat joining us today. I want to use something a little bit stronger along this edge. This edge is what is going to kind of lay right here. This is, let me rotate it again. Oopsie, did I just lose? Goodness. Oh, I lost that from the inside. Left side, the deeper we get into our insert, the more it starts to curve because there's a lot of things that have been added, right? So I need to add a little bit more adhesive right there so that sticks. It's going to want to maybe pop a little bit if I don't use a stronger insert. So that is what I'm going to do along that straight edge. And I actually will probably just do it along the whole thing. I want to get that as near to the edge as I can without going over. It's like The Price is Right. You want to get as near to the cost of the item without going over. And sometimes you bid $1. I am now putting this around all 4 edges because I might as well. That is going to ensure that as that insert gets bigger and bigger and bigger and continues to grow and expand, because the more things I add to the pages, the more it will do that. So I am going to peel off just part, maybe 1/4 of each of those pieces. This little tip is invaluable in my opinion when it comes to working with double-sided tape. And it doesn't matter what type of project that you are working on. This tip applies to any project that you are working on where you're using double-sided tape. Okay, bye. So when you're using double-sided tape, you're typically using double-sided tape because you want it to stick really well, right? So that's the good thing about double-sided tape. It sticks really well. But the bad thing about double-sided tape is that it sticks really well. It's kind of a double-edged sword. So if you've ever worked with a double-sided tape, score tape, or anything like that, you know it's super sticky. And you basically know that as soon as you put it down, it is down. There's no moving it because it is so sticky. So if you just reveal maybe a quarter, so I've pulled off a quarter of that little protective backer. It's sticky there, but not sticky there. Sticky there, not sticky, sticky, not sticky, sticky, not sticky. And I folded those little pieces out. So now what I'm going to do is I can come in, look at this. I can totally move that around because there is enough protection to prevent it from sticking. What that lets me do is it lets me really work with that piece to make sure that it is straight and that is exactly where I want it to be before I commit. So now it looks good. Now I come in and press down on the parts where the sticky is revealed. And then I gently pull those little pull tabs that we created. So that I cannot tell you how many times that has saved my bacon. When I'm working on a project and you know, I lay it down. I'm like, ooh, nope, that is not straight. And then because all that protective or all that kind of, you know, protective part is still there, then I can move it. That, my friend Joey taught me that. Joey works for Photo Play, and they do a lot of little mini books that you can put together. You build, but you're using double-sided tape. So that's just an awesome trip. It's an awesome trick. Yes, Candy. Yes, the list is going on the right. I had turned it upside down because I'm right-handed, so it makes it easier for me to work with that way. But you never know because sometimes I'm like, oh shoot. Stephavella asked what nail polish am I wearing? That is probably one of the most common questions I've had over the last 10 years. It is a gel polish. The brand is DND. So David, I don't know what, and can't even, I was gonna say Nottingham, that's not right. David, I don't know, whatever the N is. And then D again, DND 601. I believe it's called ballet slipper, but it's 601. All right. So now I am going to do my little outlining that I always do. We'll start over here with our outlining. So I've kind of gone back and forth on whether I thought I wanted to put a base paper down. And I've decided I'm not going to put a base paper down. When I say a base paper, some of my lists, I'd say probably most of my lists have a base pattern paper to them. This one did not. On this one, I worked directly on the insert itself, but a lot of times I'm using pattern paper as a base. Here, I'm not going to do that, so I just did my outlining. Now I'm going to change pen. So over here, I use the black pen this is my ride or die. That is a fine tip Sharpie. That is what you see me use on everything. With the exception of a photo. If I am writing on a photo or I'm writing on a slick surface, camera, there we go, trying to focus. If I am writing on a slick surface or a photo, this is what I use, that Zig photo signature. If you have ever tried to write on a slick surface with a pen, you find that it doesn't work very well, right? This particular pen is designed to write on hang on, sometimes I need to get that, there we go. It's designed to write on a slick surface. Now my photo is matte. I printed it on a matte photo paper. There we go. It just didn't quite want to get going there. It may be time for a new one of those. If you buy my idea books and you like to take notes in the idea books, that is what you want. That is the pen that you want for writing on stick surfaces. And that you'll see on the website. On my website. All right, so I'm actually going to do a little bit of decorating over here before I start my list. I have pulled out some rub-ons. The rub-ons that I have pulled out, oh, Reggie's on the prowl. Let me open the door for him. He will probably want to go out. There we go. I mean, not outside, just outside of the room. So I have pulled out some rub-ons from 49 and Market. If you missed these are really cool. 49 Market does all kinds of rub-ons with their collections, but these are standalone. These do not go with any particular collection. Now, they go with their look, they go with their style, but these are standalone. So they have done a set of rub-ons for each season. Spring Stories, 2 6x8 sheets. Summer Stories, 2 6x8 sheets. Fall Stories, 2 6x8 sheets. And Winter Stories, 2 6x8 sheets. So what I thought I would do, I am going to pull from Spring Stories. Vellum. Oh, I just put the wrong one away. Yes, vellum. Karen also, yeah, anything that has almost like a little coating on it. Vellum would be the case if you were writing on a piece of acetate, like a clear piece of acetate, or even a pattern acetate. Anything that has a slick surface to it, or vellum, not necessarily slick. Your photo signature pen is great for that. Karen, have I done a video about printing on sticker paper? I have not. I have purchased some sticker paper, Karen, and I will play with that a little bit. As you know, I write. I mean, to me, that's really important because that is part of our personality. It's part of who we are, right? So all of my lists, I write. And I know some of you love your handwriting, and I know some of you hate your handwriting. If I decide to, I don't know if I would ever do a list with the sticker paper, like with my list printed out, just because I don't want people to feel like that's something that they have to do. But I need to play with it because I may use it in some other projects. All right, and we'll see how it goes. If I like it, then I may do a video about it. We'll see. All right, so I have pulled out the rub-ons. As I mentioned, these are the Spring Stories rub-ons. In the description box of the video, there are a lot of links, but closer to the top, there is a little section that says what I'm using. And there is a link right under that, what I'm using, that will take you to a page on my website of the things that I'm using today. So the collection I'm playing with up here a little bit is Front Porch, all the things, right? The rub-ons and so forth. So let's do a little review on using rub-ons. So I have just pulled those out of the package. Rub-ons have been around for a really long time. I've been paper crafting since 1997. All right, like scrapbooking, paper crafting since 1997. Rub-ons were around back then, so they've been around a really long time, but they were gone for a while, a really long time. The rub-ons from back then, if you played with rub-ons, are not the same as today's rub-ons. Today's rub-ons are awesome. But there are a couple of things that when I teach with rub-ons or when I talk about rub-ons, I find it's really helpful to share. So when I pull rub-ons out of the package, and this would be the case really for anyone that's doing rub-ons, you'll have the sheet, and then there's a protective sheet behind that. That protective sheet is really important because it's protecting that rub-on from rubbing off onto something you do not want to rub it onto, right? So if I wasn't paying attention and this sheet became separated from the protector sheet and it was sitting right there, I'd end up with rub-on here. I'd end up with rub-on in places I wouldn't want it. So my very first thing that I do when I open a new package of rub-ons is I staple the rub-on to the backer sheet, that little protector sheet. That way I am hopefully reducing the possibility, the possibility of those two sheets becoming separated. That's the first thing. The next thing I do is I take a look and see, okay, what rub-ons would I like to use? I think what I would like to do, I thought it might be fun to take one of these rainbows. There is something about a rainbow that you will see on my glimmers list. I thought it might be fun to take a rainbow and then take this little kind of grouping of Here Comes the Sun letters. So I thought I would take both of those and I'm going to rub them onto my photo. You can pretty much rub a rub-on onto anything, including a photo. So here's the next tip. This is the next thing I do. I don't ever, and this is just me, but I find this is much easier. I don't ever use the rub-on while it is on the sheet. I cut it away from the sheet. First of all, this is a 6x8 sheet. If I am trying to figure out how to just pull off part of the protective backer and not the other protective backer in order to only get a specific thing, rub-on, onto whatever I'm rubbing it onto, I'm not that talented, right? You know what's going to happen. It's going to be a hot mess. I'm going to end up with bunnies like flying in my sky, which I don't want. So I remove it from the sheet, just cut it away. Then we have our rub-on. So I think if I probably put that maybe right there on the horizon. Here's the next thing. Once you set it down like that, do not try to lift it back up and move it. You need to be kind of confident in where you're placing it because rub-ons work by applying pressure. So I've set that down. Part of that, if I try to pull it up, part of that is now on there. So if I pull it up, I'm going to make a giant mess. Figure out where you want it to go, place it, and then don't move it. Now, here's the next thing. When I say don't move it, I mean don't move it. I mean don't move it for the entire time. So what I want to do is now put my fingers on. Now it's where it's going to be. And I'm going to grab a little tool that I've been using for rub-ons. It is not a rub-on tool. It is a tool that is meant for using with die cuts. Like if you're shaping flowers, those little balls are meant to help you shape flowers. But I find this little tool works really well for using to apply your rub-on. So that you will see on the what I'm using link on the website. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a smaller end. It doesn't really matter, big end, small end. But I am just going to use that little tool to roll it around. That is fixed. So that is not rolling. It's not like a little socket. That is fixed. But I am just kind of moving it around on my rub-on. So the idea here is I want to transfer that rub-on from the sheet onto my photo here. And here's the thing. You are oh my gosh, what's her name? The girl that sings Let It Go from Frozen. You are anti her today. When you're working with a rub-on, you're anti her. You do not want to let go. You noticed I was holding down here before to do that part, and then I moved my fingers while I am still holding on down to the lower part. The key with rub-ons is that you don't want that to move, even the tiniest little bit. If it moves the tiniest little bit, it's going to create a crack in the rub-on. So you just hold on, right? Hold on. Don't let go. Elsa. There we go. Elsa. All right, so I'm holding on. You can see I'm moving my fingers around just to make sure. And I think I probably have most of it adhered, right? I think, but guess what? I don't know for sure. So I don't want to let go. I can peek. So I am taking tweezers. Those are my reverse grip tweezers. I am going to peek. So actually I need to be able to, because that's a matte photo, I am going to, hold on. I need to get under there without scratching off, I'll do it down here, without scratching off the ink from my photo because it's matte. Okay, hold on. So this may be interesting. I've used rub-ons on lots of photos before, but I have never used a rub-on on a matte photo. We may learn something here. Oh no, there we go. Okay, so I just needed to be able to pick that up. I'm still holding on. Did I lose it? Oh my gosh, come on. I just need to get under it. There we go. So I'm still holding on, and I can start to slowly reveal that rub-on. And as long as I'm holding on over here, if there was part of that rub-on that did not adhere, because I'm holding on, I haven't moved it, I could lay that sheet back down and go over the part that did not rub on. And that's as long as I'm still holding on. If I have moved If I haven't been holding on, and let's say there was part of that line that did not adhere, then it's really hard to get that to meet up again in the same place. All right, so there we go. Now I can just kind of rub over the top and make sure that is all nice and adhered. So that's the first one I'm going to do. And then I mentioned I wanted to do the Here Comes the Sun. So I'll do the same thing here. I will cut that off. And as I'm cutting off, it's important to remember the entire sheet is a rub-on. The entire sheet, including the branding at the bottom. So you definitely want to cut off that branding. If you don't cut off that branding, then that will be rubbed on onto your project. 49 and Market Spring Stories, 6x8 rub-ons by Katie Purdy, page 1, which I don't want that to be on there, right? But I do want those things. I won't use them right, whoopsie, I won't use them right now, but I'll cut away the rest of that. And I will just add my little staple right up here at the top, just so those two stay together. And then I can put that back in the bag. So those pieces, now I'm done. And those can go back into the bag. Well, we'll just set it off to the side for now. All right, even something like that, you want to be careful of. You want to get that thrown away, because if it's sitting on your project, if it's sitting on your desktop, that's still a rub-on. So we don't want that to rub on somewhere. All right, now we have this. Here comes the sun. Hello, sun. The sun. Here comes the sun. Somebody's going to break out in song. I will not. All right, so how about if I put this, let me just get this a little bit closer to me, right there. All right, so it's fun and it's subtle. What that now looks like, it looks like I have mad Photoshop skills. And I do know how to do this, but most of us don't. I could do something like that in Photoshop, but I don't have to have Photoshop. I don't have to have some fancy photo editing software to be able to add text on top of my photos, or even images, icons on top of my photos. I can just do it with rub-ons. That's the beauty of rub-ons, because rub-ons don't have a border around them, right? So it really looks like I have, printed that on my photo. All right, so this again, oh, here's an example. You may not be able to see that, but I can see the bottom part of my N did not adhere. Let me see if I can bring, well, you'll just trust me. So I'm going to lay it back down because I haven't moved it. I know, oh, I need to apply more pressure in that one little spot. And then I can pick that back up again, and yep. So slowly, remember, don't let go. We're anti-LSA today. Anytime you're working with rub-ons, you're anti-LSA. You want to hold on the entire time. All right, but now I need to obviously hold on somewhere else. So we just move that around a little bit. Oops, lost it. Ah, okay. So I did not get the H and the E down here. Let's see if I can just do that with my finger now. Nope. There we go. Missed part of that, so let's keep going, keep going, keep going. Are we good? We are good. All right, there we go. Kind of rub that over the top, make sure we're good to roll, and lift it back up, and ta-da, here we go. Here comes the sun. Yes, the magic of rub-ons, absolutely, right? Okay, so there we go. Now, over here, we're ready to start our list. So I think I have a whole bunch of things out from Front Porch. Now, originally, I will tell you, I had something different planned for the rub-ons. I had planned, these were from Birdsong, and I was going to do this. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. So that was navy, and that was basically just going to go, it was probably just going to go right up in the sky, and that would have been it. But once I decided, oh, you know what, there's something that happened last week, a really nice glimmer that had to do with the rainbow, thought, you know what, I'm totally going to switch it up. So with that said, I'm going to keep this side really pretty simple. Once we do our title, I'm probably just going to end up maybe with just a couple of, I don't know, we'll see how this works, maybe with just a couple of these blue butterflies, just because they kind of go with the color, right? They go a little bit with the color. We'll see what we end up with, right? We'll just kind of we'll end up playing and see. We'll see. Maybe those just end up there. And then I'd like maybe a little smaller one. We need to do glimmers first, and then we'll know what we have room for. But those two just may be right there, and we may call it good. All right, let's get these things out of the way and grab our glimmers stamp set. So glimmers stamp set, that is a 4x6 stamp set, designed obviously for our glimmers list. So we have our title. You have a lot of different little word strips that you can stamp. Savor the moment, spark joy, engage, stop, look, listen, connected, everyday moments, elevate, happiness, spark, see the beauty. Just kind of all of these words that really kind of fall in with that whole concept of glimmers. And then you have things like this. Today I noticed, this week I noticed, and this month I noticed. So for me, it was really the month. It was the month of February where I was just kind of keeping a list of glimmers. You could do a list for one day of glimmers if you're really, really looking for them this week, this month, or you don't have to use those. But all right, so let's take the word glimmers. That will be my title up here. And I need a stamping block. I will use this guy. That is one of my 5-inch stamping blocks. So it will fit that glimmers very nicely. I am a firm believer when it comes to stamping. I say right size your stamping blocks to your stamps, or your stamps to your stamping blocks. If you can have a variety of sizes of stamping blocks, it's going to make your life so much easier when it comes to stamping. So that is narrow and wide, narrow and long, I guess, right? If I did not have something like that, that would be okay. But let's say this would be the next closest to what I had. So that would still work there. It barely fits and it still works, but there's all this now extra stamping block that I am trying to handle when I'm stamping. Much easier, smaller. Now, and if I didn't have this guy, then I'd have to have something like this, right? Maybe I only have a small and a large. So then, again, it will still work, but smaller stamp, larger stamping block just makes it all that more difficult to handle when it's a smaller stamp, and then to get even pressure and to not bobble it and things like that. So that's what I'm using, that 5-incher. Now I need to figure out what color I'd like to use. If we're going maybe with these, kind of that little color palette there, maybe sage. Which one is that called? Let's see. Let's go to the greens. These are my Distress Oxide swatches. I pretty much use Distress Oxides exclusively, with the exception of bundled sage, right? So let's see if we want to go with bundled sage. I mean, it would keep it pretty subtle if I do that, right? It would keep it pretty subtle. I think we'll do that. I don't really want to bring in any of those colors. I mean, I could do a blue. Let's just see. Blue. So I have swatched all of my Distress Oxide inks. Salty Ocean. That would totally change it, wouldn't it? If I did Salty Ocean. More like Salty Sky, huh? Stormy Sky. No. Well, I mean, it would work. Make it totally different, wouldn't it? Blueprint Sketch. Faded Jeans. I don't know. I just don't know if I want to go with Bundled Sage, because it's really kind of nice and bright over here. You know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let me grab Bundled Sage. Sometimes we can spend way too long trying to make a decision, right? We'll test stamp it and see what we think. Anyhow, I have swatched all of my inks because it's so much easier to look at my ink colors this way than to pull all of these guys out, right? So I use the Swatch This Inks stamp set to do that, to do those. All right, so we'll put this off to the side because here's another really important thing when it comes to stamping. I recommend, and this is me, right? You do you, but I recommend that you always test stamp. I have to be careful here because there's some new things. Okay, we're good. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't sharing you some new test stamping for stamps that are coming later this month. All right, I always test stamp. Always, 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 for a lot of different reasons. Number one, to make sure your stamp is clean. Maybe you have a little furry friend in your house. And if you have furry friends, you know that sometimes their little furry hair gets all over everything. So if you are test stamping, I need to clean that. If you are test stamping, if there is a little hair or piece of fur or something like that on the stamp that's not visible when you are first setting it up, it will become very visible when you stamp, because there will be a part of that stamp that doesn't stamp properly because there's something in the way, right? I don't think I had that really clean from the last time I used it. It looks like there was maybe a little bit of trace black on there. So I just took my stamp chamois and cleaned that off, and I'm drying it really well. That's really important when you are using a pigment-based ink. Distress oxides are a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks are water reactive. They take a little second to dry. And so if I clean that and there's any water or moisture on there, and then I go to apply my ink again, the ink will react with the water. Sometimes that's a cool thing, but if you're not expecting it, and it's certainly not something you wanted to happen, then hopefully you know that when you are kind of testing it and you see that happen. But if not, if you're going directly to your project, that ink color is going to change a little bit because it's reacting with the water. So you can see now it is a little bit, it's a little bit lighter. So let's look after I cleaned it. Let's see what we've got going on here. Do we like it there? I don't know. I don't. It works well with those, but it's just kind of like that. It's almost like they're disjointed. It's almost like the pages are totally disjointed. So I think we need to put bundled sage off to the side. I think we will end up going with a blue. So let's go back to our swatches again and look for a blue. Let's bring this back. And now what may happen, now I may end up, since I want to use a blue, maybe I need to pull in a blue like this. Maybe that would help a little bit. Or maybe I pull in something like this that would, okay, look at. So that has obviously more colors in it. And when I look at there, it kind of helps now to maybe bring in some of those colors from the left side to the right side. So it doesn't look as kind of disjointed, right? I'd like them to look like they kind of go together. They kind of work together. I think that may be the solution. So if we go there, now what happens? Am I going with that pinkish color, or do I still want to go with the blue? I don't know. Decisions, right? All right. So that would maybe be, I think, saltwater taffy, I think, is going to be too much. Tattered rose, I know from experience that is going to stamp really light and it's going to be difficult to see, although I'd like to use it. Spun sugar, maybe. Kitsch flamingo, where's saltwater taffy? Saltwater taffy, it would work, but I think that may just end up being a little brighter than I want to go with. All right, let's keep looking. Let's see what else we might want to use there. I mean, I could go with the yellow. We know how much I love my yellow, right? We could go with the fossilized amber. Maybe we'll do that. I kind of have an idea here. Let's move this out of the way. I need to clean that off because it has bundled sage on it, right? So if I'm going to now apply a different color, I want to try fossilized amber, I need to thoroughly clean that because not only are pigment-based inks water reactive, but because they take a second to dry, that means they're blendable. While they're still wet, I can blend them. So if I were to put fossilized amber on top of bundled sage, I'd get some different color that I probably wasn't looking for. These are all things that you just kind of learn by playing, right? Or learn by watching videos that people do about using pigment-based inks, dye-based inks, hybrid inks. It's actually hybrid, but that's how I learned. All right. Notice again, I dried that thoroughly. Super important to dry that really, really well before inking. All right, now let's look. Glimmers. I think I like it. I think that's what we're going to go with. So move this over, bring this back in, and I am going to grab a clip. I'm going to grab a clip just to kind of keep that, let's see. Nope. Not gonna work for me. We'll just hold it down. All right, re-ink. I would like to leave a little bit of room to the left to put something. Maybe another butterfly. So I am going to line that up with the line on my insert, and I am pressing down, firm, even pressure. I do not want to rock that stamp. If I rock the stamp like this, I am applying undue pressure at the top of the rock and at the bottom of the rock, right? Which will flatten out that stamp along the top and the bottom. So I don't want to do that. So nice, firm, even pressure. There we go. All right, so let's clean this guy off. That's another thing. You should clean your stamps right after you use them. Makes things so much easier. I always say it's kind of like, oh, there's a Reggie here. It's kind of like your dishes after dinner. If you rinse them off right away and put them in the dishwasher, it's easy peasy. If you wait until the morning and then try to clean them off, well, that food ink is now dried on, and sometimes you have to use a little elbow grease to get it off, right? Alrighty, so let's do that. Now let's look for, where is this? So glimmers, tell me, have you guys been watching for glimmers? Have you done glimmers list with me in the past? And if so, tell us in the chat. Tell us about a glimmer. Tell us about a glimmer that you experienced recently. And maybe you haven't been and you're like, glimmer, oh my gosh. And now you might be thinking, oh, wow, I totally did have a glimmer earlier this week. You know, maybe you saw a hummingbird, or maybe, I don't know. There's lots of different glimmers that it could be, and you get to decide what is a glimmer. All right, so if I add maybe a little small butterfly up in here, right? I think I could do that. I have just pulled the sticker book from Front Porch. Let's look and see. Like, I'm wondering, do we maybe want a little bit of, maybe a little bit of reddish in there? No, too much. Too much, definitely not. Let's go back to safe. Let's be safe. I need something small though. So let's look at this guy. Not that guy either. So let's look now maybe to this one. That one's probably a little bit too big. You know, I don't think those are happening. I don't think those are happening. So what if we, let's see some other small things that we might have. It just looked a little forced. Looked a little tiny bit forced. So if I can't find anything to work, then I will use my little glimmer there. I think this is going to look really forced too because, oh, I know. Why don't we look at the, let's see if there's something on that rub-on sheet that would work. Down here. We have a sun. I don't want to do another rainbow. Maybe the sun. Let's try the sun. Even though I'm not sure if I'll use it, I'm still going to cut it away. And then if I don't end up using it, then I will, I left a little bit of room there. So if I don't end up using it, I can just staple it back and put it back in the bag. Let's do it. Let's have it be partially there. All right, glimmer. And I'm holding on, I'm using my little rub-on tool to go over that area. And then we will pull it away with our tweezers. We looking good? Think so. Think so, think so, think so. Yep. All right. So there we go. Now we're ready to make our list. But before we do that, I need to put those back down. Let's do a little underline here. And then we better add it here too. All right. I'm actually going to do 2 underlines, a double underline. Most of the time when I'm doing any of my underlines or outlining, I'm not using a, especially when I'm doing my outlining, like around the edge of the page, I'm not using a ruler. But when I'm underlining a title like that, I usually like to do that. Okay, so now I have 2 pieces down there. And generally I like to work in thirds. So I think what I will do is I will use that large cluster of little glimmers. And I'm going to have those guys sit like that. I am going to grab a little tool here. It's so funny because on, I don't know, one of my trips in the last month, I took some things with me and, oh, here we go. I thought maybe it was still packed away, but no. All right, so I'm grabbing highlighter tape. So highlighter tape is intended for highlighting like a textbook or a book, really anything that you're reading that you want to highlight that you don't want it to be permanent. So the tape could do that for you. But what I use highlighter tape for is to take a grouping of die cuts, in this case, 2 separate die cuts, to turn them into one. Because now that's exactly how I wanted them placed. I can pick them up as one, and now I can put my adhesive on there and place them as one. And they're exactly where I wanted them to be. How many times have you been working with many die cuts? Maybe you have a word. Maybe you have a die cut word that says happy, and they're all individual letters, and you get them exactly where you want them, and then you go, oh crap, now I have to pick each one of them up individually and put my adhesive on each one individually, and then they're never going to be placed the way that where I wanted them. So here, if we do that, I made them one single piece by using that highlighter tape. And then that highlighter tape is meant to work on, the highlighter tape is meant to work on a textbook or magazine or whatever it is. And because it's meant to work on something like that, it peels off on any of our crafting things like die cuts and things like that easily, no problem. And it does not lift up the print. Sometimes if you try to do that with washi tape, sometimes it lifts up part of the color or part of the paper. And we don't want it to do that. So that's that highlighter tape I'm used to keep my die cuts kind of grouped all the time. All right, so here we go. We know we want this little guy to go there, and then that will give me kind of 3 instead of 2, working in groups of odds instead of evens is what I like to do. So I think what I will probably do is continue with that same color. Now I am going to swap out this stamping block for a stamping block that is more right-sized to the stamp I'm working with, right? There we go. I could have used this one, right? But it's a lot easier to handle a stamping block when they are right-sized. So there we go. And I think we'll do, like I said, I think we will do the fossilized amber again. And let's just check it out with our, we'll just test it here. Oopsie. Are we good? Yes, we're good. So we'll get those little glimmers in there, and then we'll start our list. And then I want to just stop and look and see what you guys were telling me about your glimmers, because I would love to read them. I haven't talked about mine yet. And so some of you might be like, wait, what's a glimmer? Give me an example. But I mean, some of you are putting your glimmers into the chat. And so we can talk about those before I get going. Ah, love that. Look at how nice. Doesn't that look so nice, those three together? All right, let's see. Colleen, I see someone said a huge glimmer. Where's Colleen? Glimmer at my favorite Italian bakery while making a decision, let another customer go ahead of me. The lady then paid for my order. Right? Like, what a wonderful thing. What a nice glimmer. And you know what? Sometimes it's, Colleen may have been ordering, a cannoli at the Italian bakery. Maybe it was like $3. I don't know. I may be totally off, but something like that. $3, and look what that lady's gesture did. It just brightened Colleen's day. So little things like, and they don't have to be financial, but little things like that they're just nice. They just give you a bright spot in your day. Vicage. No, I know. I remembered. I know that's not how you pronounce it. I just told you last time. That's how I like to pronounce it. Found a free shopping cart at Aldi with a quarter already in it. Perfect. Now, I don't know where you live that you have to pay a quarter for a shopping cart. I'm very interested in knowing. Zen Girl said, it's hard to chat when you're busy sniffing glue and playing with stickers, right? Those are all rub-ons, Lisa. Yes, that's all rub-ons. That is the beauty of rub-ons because it makes it look like we printed them on there, right? Oh yeah, that little ruler. That's one of the tools that you'll see that I use very often. Let's see. Da-da-da. Heather, I missed something about Heather. I think Heather had a glimmer that she shared. Karen said this is her glimmer moment today. She had to open the patio door and bedroom window to let the fresh air in. It's a beautiful day in Colorado, right? That's a glimmer. See, they don't have to be big things. It's just looking for them and recognizing them. Then I just can, have a nice little bright spot in your day. Let's see. There, ciabatta loaf, yeah, $3.50 Canadian. So Colleen, that meant it was like 25 cents US, right? No, I'm just kidding. Vicky and I joke about that a lot. I'm like, oh, Vicky, I just bought this top and it was only $30. And she's like, oh, that means it's like $800 Canadian. Yeah, exchange rate, right? Exchange rate. Hello, Rose Oak One. Karen says she looks forward to a glimmer of each day because they are there if you just look. Exactly. If you just look, you got to look for them. Aldi's grocery store, I believe, right? People bring their cart back. They lock together and unlock when you insert. It gives you your quarter back when you return. Oh, we're trying to encourage good behavior by having people return their carts, right? Gotcha. Because you're in New York. So you are in New York and okay. It's kind of like back in the day. I don't know if stores do this, but grocery stores there used to be some kind of technology on the carts that they would literally stop rolling if they got outside of their, certain little area. All right. Okay. Intentionally looking for them. Exactly. That's kind of a big thing when it comes to glimmers. Okay. So now I'm ready to do my list. I am going to pull out my handy dandy notebook here because that's where I do all of my planning for our sessions. And that's where I have my list. So let's take a peek. Oh, yes. So in no particular order, and it's really been things over the last month. So I guess I could add this. Maybe let's look at that. This month I noticed. So this month I noticed is designed to nestle right between the G and the R like that, right? So maybe I'll put that on there. This month I noticed. Even though I did my little double outline, that's all right. Let's do that guy. Different size stamping block. Obviously won't work on that one. So not that one. Does it fit that? It does. All right. Another thing that I haven't talked about is that when I'm teaching, when I'm working, basically my entire life, I stand. So when I do our listing, I'm standing the whole time. That is it's kind of just what I've always done. When I teach, I stand the whole time in person and virtually. I find when it comes to stamping it is much easier to stand when you are stamping as opposed to sit. So I'll just keep working while we're talking through this. But if you are standing, if you're sitting, let's say you're sitting while you're stamping. If you sit, and if you're standing right now, I want you to sit anyway. Sit down. When you're sitting, you have what I call your little T-Rex arms. So I'm going to squat. When your arms are like this, when you're sitting, you don't have a lot of range of motion, right? Because there's not enough room in between where you're sitting, your arms, and the table. So if you are trying to stamp while you're sitting, having range of motion when you're stamping, I believe, is a really important thing. When you stand, your range of motion for your arms is way more. So sitting, these are your little T-Rex arms because you don't have a lot of range of motion. When you're standing, much more range of motion. You have more range of motion, you have more leverage, which means, in my opinion, it's much easier to stamp because you have that range of motion and you have the leverage. So if you normally are stamping and you are sitting down and you're like, I don't like stamping, it never works, I never get it straight. Sometimes it's blurry in some spots and really light in the other spots, and try standing. I think standing can make a huge difference, in my humble opinion. All right, so we'll put this right here. This month I noticed. Again, I want nice firm pressure, and I do not want to rock that. You know what I mean when I say rock that? There we go. This month I noticed. So I'm going to do something very exaggerated here. We'll ink that back up. Those are my tests where I did not rock it. I am going to rock, but I am going to press down really hard, and I'm really going to rock. Actually, it's not too bad. You can see a little bit right there where it's a little bit thicker down at the bottom of the E. The whole word itself is much thicker when I press down hard, but that one, little exaggerated, but not too much. The testing, if you are testing things first, that's where you can discover a lot of things like that. If you are working with a stamp that has pretty fine, maybe it's pretty small, pretty fine, as you're testing, you can start to figure out the amount of pressure that you need to apply, because some of your little like word strips or small words and things like that, if you apply too much pressure, you can barely even read the word because it's way too, you've just pressed too hard. So it's flattened out the material, and the ink is just filling in all the spaces. All right, so now you have all these little glimmers. You have clusters of glimmers, small, medium, and large. And then you have little bullet glimmers, 1, 2, 3. And those are also different size, small, medium, and large. So I am going to use the small one for my little glimmers. And those are going to be my bullets. My bullets are going to separate each of the things on my list. Where is, oh, there it is. I'm using a different stamping block now for my little tiny bullet stamp. So again, I can use any size block for that little teeny stamp. I don't know if I can get that to focus. It wants to focus on what's underneath. There we go. I can use any size stamping block, right? I could use this guy. It would totally work. But the problem is when you have a really tiny stamp and a larger stamping block, it just, like I said, I've said a bunch of times, it makes it a little bit harder to work with. Not impossible, just a little bit harder to work with. So when it comes to the little tiny stamps, I use my stamping stylus. All right. So that is it is a long cylindrical stamping block. And this is probably the easiest stamping block to use because our hand is familiar with this size and shape. Like, look at, here's a pen or a pencil. Our hand is really accustomed to holding that and working with it. So really easy to hold and get nice even impression on your little tiny stamps. Here's the thing when it comes to the stamping block or the stylus. When you have a stamp that has a direction to it. So this guy, it has 4 points, right? So I'm going to say that has a direction to it. It has, let's see if I can get that to focus. It has 4 points. So I like that stamp to pretty much be in the same direction or orientation every time. When you're working with the really long stamping block, sometimes it's hard to tell that, right? You can't really see it. So That is what the little label is for on your stylus. If you place your stamp in relation to the squirrel, our little scatter squirrel, and then you're always making sure that the squirrel is in the same place, your stamp is in the same place, the same orientation. So this is what I mean. See, I can stamp that every time and it's always in that same orientation because I'm making sure the squirrel is always in the same place. If I'm not doing that, then I'm ending up with something like this where my little guys are all different because I never know how they are. And it's not a bad thing if they're like that, but that's how I can make sure that they're all in the same, in the same spot. Okay. We are ready. We are now ready to start our stamping. As I was doing that, I got way too much excess ink on that, on the rubber or polymer. Okay. Let's see. Heidi said 2 weeks ago, my hubby and I were eating at Slim Chickens and a young couple came in. It appeared to be a date and my hubby purchased 2 milkshakes for them and had the cashier take it to them. See, I love that. So Heidi, you put a glimmer out there, or your husband did, right? You guys together put a glimmer out there in the world for someone else, which can be just as rewarding as having your own glimmer, right? Putting a glimmer out there in the world for someone else. All right, so the glimmers. And these are in no particular order. And the top of my list, because I added it after last week. This past week, my mom and I were driving to the airport in Seattle. And I saw the most amazing rainbow I'd ever seen. It was so thick. That was the crazy thing. It was so thick and bright. I mean, my mom and I just kept going, oh my gosh, look at that. Do you believe that? Oh my gosh. And I'm driving. And so I'm like, trying to look, but also not trying to look because, you don't want to go up the freeway. But it was just stunning. It was so pretty. I've never seen anything like that. And I guess, what do they say? After the rain comes the rainbows or whatever. And in real life, but also, in life. Sometimes you go through the hard things and then there's your glimmer at the end. But it rained the entire time we were there. We were there 6 days. It rained the entire time we were there, the whole time. So we got a rainbow out of it. All right, next up. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, okay. I received a call from the supervisor at our local USPS, so our local post office, making sure orders had been picked up. I was out of town. Lily and Denise, the dynamic shipping team duo, while I'm gone, our orders are always going out, even if I'm not home. And so all the orders for that day or whatever it was were on the porch, scheduled to be picked up. And while I was out of town, I get a call from the supervisor at the post office. Hi, I think there's been some confusion. I just wanted to make sure, have the orders, have your packages been picked up today? And I'm like, ooh, I'm not home. I don't know. And I said, hold on, let me pull up my Ring camera. Front porch full of orders. He said, got it, no problem. I'm sending somebody over right now. So that was amazing. Like, talk about customer service, but that was just a nice little glimmer in my day, right? He didn't have to do that. They would have sat out until Nick came home, or I think Nick was out of town too. So until Sam came home from work, because he house sits for us while we're gone, they would have sat for who knows how long. But that was just a nice little glimmer. So nice, right? Such a nice thing. Zen girls, that rainbow was even better than Hawaii. I mean, it was like anything I have ever seen. It was amazing. Do I paste, Barbara? Do I paste several pages together to make the pages thicker? Barbara, I do not. I don't paste any together. No, my Traveler's Notebook inserts, the paper, the quality is very nice. It's thicker than maybe others that you may be using. But I've never found that I have to. Every once in a blue moon, I will end up gluing two together if I accidentally left space or something and didn't realize and don't want to go back and add there, then I would glue them together. But I've never had to glue together. So depending on the insert, that's kind of the key, the quality of the insert that you're using. Stefavella had another great question. I watched your bookbinding video where you recovered a bound book, bound insert, making it slightly longer than the original cover. Do the notebooks still fit in your traveler's notebook after being recovered? Mine do, yes, Stefavella. You just want to make sure that you're not making the excess too wide, right? So this would be an example of one of these. When I am done with an insert, I take off the cover and I recover it. The reason I do that is the more and more you work in the insert, the more and more the pages start to stick out, right? Because there's just a lot more that you're adding. They start really flat. They start this flat, right? They start super flat. But when you're done, here's one that's done, they end up much thicker. So what happens is sometimes the pages will pop out of the staples and I just kind of keep working with everything until I'm done. But then they have popped out, they've kind of pushed themselves out of the width of the cover. So mine is just, as you can see, I mean, it's not even a quarter, maybe a quarter of an inch wider just to cover that. And yes, that will still fit. Now, when your inserts are full, you probably, I mean, when they're empty, you can fit for sure, fit 4 or more inserts in your traveler's notebook. But once they start to get full, I probably can't fit 4 in here just because they're so full. But I could just do this, come in like that, and that still fits no problem. That fits a wider Traveler's Notebook cover. So all of the Traveler's Notebooks covers that I make, my Lail by Mail brand, and any that I carry on the website are this wider. So every once in a while you'll find some, let me just pull one that I have, that are narrower. Like this guy is narrower. So if I tried to do that with this insert, you can see how, or that cover, you can see how it is narrower. That wouldn't work. In fact, these wouldn't even fit in this one because this is a much narrower insert, right? Or excuse me, much narrower cover. So you can see that insert is narrower. If I tried to put that in there, it's probably going to stick out the sides. So let's see, Zen Girls. Okay, see that? See how that sticks out. So just know anything that you're getting from me on my website, the inserts and the covers all fit each other. You can always ask if someone has a cover that you're looking for. You can always ask the measurement. So just know before you buy. That video is called, so Zen Girls, go to lailbymail.com and you'll see a spot that says free classes. So that's the easiest way to find it. You'll see a video or class there on how to recover an insert. And I walk you through my process of exactly how I do that. So I do that eventually for all of my inserts. Okay, we're squirreling a lot today, but that's good. That is good because I always want to answer questions. Let me see. Wanda said, with all the rain endured, you sure deserve to see a rainbow. Yes, right? Absolutely. Okay. All right. So let's keep going with more glitters. More glimmers. Let me see. Oh, I received the sweetest email from my friend Allison. Allison and I met at a scrapbook store. Oh my gosh, probably 25 years ago, maybe. And she is just one of those people. Oh my gosh, she's like the most amazing human being ever. I admire her very much. I don't see her anywhere enough. All right, so the next one, an unexpected. Early Valentine's Day present from Nick after an especially hard day. Now, the hard day was not with Nick. The hard day was I took my dad to see a new doctor. My dad has Alzheimer's, and that was the worst doctor's appointment I've ever been to. Anyhow, so that I came home and it was a hard day. I came home and Nick walked in, and I was here in my craft room, working on something, and he walks in with a bag and a card, and I just start crying. "Ah!" And he's like, what did I do? What did I do? And I'm like, it's not you. But yeah, so that was just such a nice, it was really, especially after that day, it was a really nice, appreciated glimmer. Fresh basil. Fresh basil on a rice cake with cottage cheese, grape tomatoes, and balsamic glaze. Balsamic glaze. The fresh basil was the key, and that was the glimmer. It was just like this. Every time I took a bite, it was just like this glimmer of like fresh. It was nice. Fresh basil. See, not everything has to be big. Zen Girl said, I think I need to put glimmers on my habit tracker. So Zen Girls, me too. Habit tracker. This weekend, I will be setting up my habit tracker for the month of March. So I've done it for January and February. And I always try to like switch things up a little bit every month. Let me just look and see. I will show you if you'd like to see what that looks like. But yeah, so then there's two things you could do in a habit tracker. You could be looking, sorry, my back is to you. You could be looking for noticing glimmers every day and then marking that down, or you could be glimmers to other people. Maybe you want to do glimmers for other people. So like there is my habit tracker for the month of February. And I just, all of the down here, the things I'm tracking. And then I make little X's when they happen, or sometimes I make X's if they don't happen because there's things I don't want to happen. So, but I like that idea of putting, doing glimmers on your habit tracker, because then it just reminds you of something that you want to focus on, right? All right, next up we have, a compliment from Christy in Hawaii. That is the wife of someone that we see. We basically see them once a year in Hawaii. We go to Hawaii once a year for part of Nick's job. And so this couple we only see once a year, but we met for dinner one night and I came out in this new dress and she was like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, what? And she goes, no, oh my gosh. She said, you look beautiful. Like you look so beautiful. And it almost made me cry because, we're so hard on ourselves, right? And for someone to be so kind and sincere and share something that sometimes you really need to hear like that, it just was, it was a glimmer, right? It was a glimmer. Okay. So we did splurge in Hawaii. Nick rented a convertible for 2 days while we were there. While we were in Kona. And it was so much fun. I've never been in a convertible. I've been in a convertible, but never like spent any time in a convertible. Oh my gosh, we had so much fun. And you know what? It was like, okay, if you are going to have a convertible, rent a convertible, be in a convertible, Hawaii is not a bad place to do it. And from a little store, I bought fresh pineapple, and we were eating fresh pineapple, driving in the convertible. Oh, it was just another glimmer. It's awesome. So while we were there, we were hiking In Hawaii, volcanoes, national park. Whoops, national park. Whoopsie. That's just kind of a little spacing is off. And the birds singing. The birds singing. What birds were. The birds singing were amazing. Like a recording. I mean, it was, I posted it on, I maybe shared in the Facebook group. It was so cool because it just, I mean, it sounded like a Disney movie. Like that's how fake it sounded. It sounded like they piped in the birds singing. It was that beautiful. All right. The next one was walking on this beach in Coronado. Walking on the beach in Coronado, which was a glimmer in and of itself. That to me, like, give me a beach and I could walk 20 miles a day just walking on it. Walking on the beach in Coronado and seeing a pod of dolphins swimming together. That was cool. Another glimmer. All right, so that is what I have on my list of glimmers for the month. So I have a little bit of space here. So I think what I will do, let's take a look at maybe a word or two that I could add. So I have everyday moments. I have savor the moment. I have stop, look, listen. Maybe what I'll do here is maybe I'll do two things. So stop, look, listen is definitely for me. It's something you have to pay attention to, right? You have to be mindful of, because for me, if I'm not being mindful, then I am not looking for it. If I'm not looking for it, then I'm not going to see it, right? So stop, look, listen. I will tell you one thing that we did. In fact, I'm going to go grab it really quick. I'm going to go grab this and wait, where's my little, okay, here we go. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab something. I want to show you something that we did while we were in Coronado. There is a stationery store in Coronado that I love, that I go to every time I go to Coronado. And I have bought these little note cards before. They have all different kinds of designs and things. And I bought a pen, and I was there with 3 girlfriends. And I said, guess what we're doing? We are going to be sharing glimmers with other people today as we're shopping. So I gave everybody a couple cards in the pink pen. And this is what we did. It's going to be okay. Have an amazing day. You are so cute. Your kid is so cute. Have a beautiful day. So we just had those, and as we were, as one of my friends, I got to make sure, she's kidding, she put, you have a nice butt. You are adorable. Happy day. You are loved. So things like that, you can tuck into someone's, thank you. Oh no, I think that was a weird one. I think that was a joking one that we were, no, I don't want to show you that one. No, that was a bad one too. So that got funny. You are smarter than you look. So those weren't real. Those we were getting silly. So those did not get passed out. But something like that, have a wonderful day. Those are things like that are so easy to do. Like you don't even have to give it to someone. Maybe you go to the grocery store and you tuck something like that under someone's windshield wiper, right? Or hand it to someone. Or I mean, it's just. That's the way to give put a little glimmer out in the world, right? So we had a lot of fun handing those out. And now I have a whole, not all of them are written on yet, but a whole box, and I can just throw some of those in my purse. And when I'm out and about, I can just, give someone a little glimmer. And so easy to do. And they don't have to be little cards like that. You could take a sticky note. A sticky note would work too. And just put a sticky note on someone's windshield. Super easy. All right. Now, let's see. I better do a double line here. You guys, this one is taken. I mean, it's not taken. Here's the thing. There should be no constraints when it comes to how much time you spent on an art project. And that's what we're doing. We're making art, right? So if it takes me 2 hours to do something, well, it takes me 2 hours to do something. As long as I enjoyed it and had fun while I was doing it, then there should be no, I've got to get this done in 5 minutes or 30 minutes or what have you. All right, what did I do with that one? Stop, look, and listen. Oh, I bet I know where it is. I bet stop, look, and listen is, did it get attached to this? No. Uh-oh. I lost stop, look, and listen. I need to stop, watch, and pay attention instead of stop, look, and listen. All right, let's see where that went. Do we see it here? Usually if I can't see it, you guys see it somewhere. Or you rewind and go, oh, we saw it. It got picked up on something. Heather might need that nice butt one, right? See, I mean, yeah, well, the reason where that one came about, one of my friends that was with us, her daughter lives in LA. So her daughter came and met us for a couple nights while we were there. And, she's like 28. So we're like, here, you give the ones out that say nice butt. Yeah. All right. So I don't know what happened to that. I don't know what happened to, gosh darn it. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when that happens. It's here somewhere. We know it's here somewhere, but we'll just use something different and I'll find that later. Maybe it got stuck to this. Oh, there it is. Look it. I found it. It got stuck to one of my little cards. All right. So, I mean, you could even make your own little cards. You could take like white cardstock and you could take any stamp, something like that, and then just write a nice little note or write a little smiley face on it and just give it out to people. And you know what? Here's the nice thing about doing something like that. Even though you're putting glimmers out in the world, but it probably makes you feel like you got a glimmer too by doing that. The whole time we were doing that, you just have this smile on your face because you're kind of just, if you put it in the people were riding a lot of bikes. And so there were, some bikes that had little baskets. And so you put that in someone's little basket. And then you think, oh, how fun. What's it going to be like when that person later today is emptying their basket and they see that nice little, glimmer. That nice little card telling them that you are amazing or whatever it is. Okay, stop, look, listen, because that's what we need to do. If we're looking for glitters, we got to pay attention. Most of the time, they're just like your little everyday moments, right? But we gotta watch for them. It's kind of like gratitude. I did a class, a Traveler's Notebook class on gratitude in the fall. How about See the Beauty? And it's one of those things. They do a lot of research, a lot of studies on gratitude. And one of the things that has been proven is the more grateful you are, the more you are looking for opportunities to be grateful, the happy you are, the happier you are. Kind of the same thing. Glimmers. So if you're not convinced about glimmers yet, then I don't know what to tell you. Just kidding. Okay, there we go. There we are. Glimmers this month, I noticed my little list, little stamping, little rub-ons, large photo, and call it good. No, you don't have to have photo, right? I say you don't have to have any of this. You can just make a list of glimmers. You can even have a note on your phone where you are just, keeping a running list of glimmers. But you know what's nice? When you do have a bad day or a tough day, maybe come back to that list and look at some things and go, oh my gosh, I remember how good I felt when Christy said that to me, or I remember how fun it was when I was walking on the beach and how peaceful and I saw the dolphins. So, you can kind of steal some joy from past glimmers. All right, so we are done with this, guys. So let me put glimmers away. I am going to put all of these things away. While I'm doing that, we'll keep talking, but let's do our first, our live giveaway. So our live giveaway, if you've not been with me for live giveaways before, the way that they work is you participate in the chat. So you put something in the chat, and as I get things picked up, as soon as I have everything picked up, you have to remind me because sometimes I forget. I'll get all of these things picked up so we can work on our next list. Um, sometimes my brain has to catch up with my mouth. My mouth has to catch up with my brain. Anyhow, putting all these things away. When I have everything away and we're ready to start on our neck list, I will stop. I'll stop in the chat. I'll scroll my finger up wherever my finger stops. That is the person that will win the giveaway for today. And I think what we will do, how about this? Let's have both giveaways today be kind of you pick your prize. What that means is it is a $25 gift certificate to shop for whatever you want, $25 worth, but you can add to it if you want, on my website. So basically you get to decide what your prize is, to $25. All right, so let's get this put away. And we're going to pull out the things for our next list. And then I will stop. What was I going to use that for? I don't remember. Maybe I was going to use it on this list, but I decided not to. All right, our next list is a list that we do on a monthly basis. Usually we do this one at the first time that we are listing in a new month. And today is March 1st. It is the first Saturday of a new month. That means it's time for About Last Month. So About Last Month is a list that I started doing in August of 2020. Back then, August of 2020, we were in the middle of the pandemic, right? We were like really in the middle of the pandemic. And page 18, we were listing every week. And sometimes we were listing for a long time. Every week, because really we had nothing else to do. At least I had nothing else to do. And it also was a great way to be social because we were starved for social connection, right? And so one day I'm like, okay, we need to do lists. I need to come up with a list topic. And I thought, you know what? I should just make a list of all the things I did last month. And it was a pretty short list because it was the pandemic. So back then I would put things that were happening in my world and then also things that were happening in like the world in the news and things like that. So we ended up not putting that very first list in the idea book, but the second one was for September. And I've been doing these, August, but in the idea book all the way back to September 2020. I've been doing this list every single month since then. And it's a great way to just document your world, document your life. I do photos, I do a run-on list, I do a little bit of stamping, and I call it good. But I can say I am caught up with my memory keeping because I have been doing, I'm at least caught up for the last 5 years almost, because that's what I've been doing every month. So About Last Month. All right, so we'll talk about that more as we go, but I am going to now stop in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, Louisa Mochizuki. Louisa, you are the random lucky winner of today's live prize. Louisa, send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and I will send you a coupon code to use for $25 shopping on the website. So congratulations, Louisa. Yay! All right, so all of those comments that you guys left as I was talking, I didn't see any of them, right? Because I just scrolled up and we wanted to, that's how I do the random giveaways when we're live. So if you type something that you wanted me to see, I totally missed it. So the best thing to do is to now come back in the chat and type it again. And if you put it in all uppercase, I tend to see it a little bit easier. And I say that because I just saw a comment that Terry left, a very good reminder for us. We're at the 2-hour mark. Time for a hydration break, okay? Hydration break. I did see it, Terry, because it was all the way at the end. Good time if you have not taken a sip of something, whatever it is, take a sip of something because we've been working hard. Oh, Louisa, I love that. She said, I know what I'm going to buy. I need that glimmer stamp set. Perfect. Okay. And Karen, no, I'm taking more than one sip of hydration break. Karen just said I keep a notebook just to write all kinds of things down. And I mean everything I don't want to forget or just stuff that popped into my brain. Perfect. Heather said, Lael, the little notes in your shop are perfect for writing little sentiments and handing them out, the little notes. I think, what you mean, are they the little envelopes? I don't think I have them. Oh, I do have them here. The little envelopes, is that what we're talking about? These, maybe. These little letters of thanks, is that what you mean, Heather? Right, so they're these little envelopes that, there it is. You write your little note, it also has little stickers on there, and then has little stickers with it. There you go, and you just hand that to somebody. That's your little thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for, thank you for helping with my groceries. Thank you for taking my order. Thank you, whatever. Yes. So that would be another fun thing if you wanted something fun like that to do your little notes. And then there's all of those little stickers that go with them. Great suggestion, Heather. Oh, perfect. Now, Heather, I just remembered something really quickly. Heather, so Rainey, and Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Heather shared with us a couple months ago that she had also been let go or laid off or, whatever it was from her job. Was that you, Heather? I think so. So if you want to give us a little update on that, how's it going? Valerie said, listening with you was a lifesaver for me during COVID. Valerie, I think for a lot of us, me included, absolutely. Sharon, is that in your shop? Yes. So if you go to layallmymail.com and search for little letters of thanks, you will see those. So normally, you guys, Amy, some of you know Amy. Amy is the Robin to my Batman, we say. She is usually here with us when we're listing, and she pops all kinds of great links and things like that in the comments. Amy is on vacation, so she is not joining us today. So, but you should be able to find that if you Google. And if you can't find it, just not Google. Go to my website and search, and then you will find it. And if you can't find it, shoot me an email, and I will send you the link. Okay, so about last month. More or less, it's the same format every month. I'm doing photos on the right. I'm doing stamping on the left, a list on the left, and then I go from there. So this is a 5x7 photo. All right. When you see it that way, you're like, oh yeah, that's a 5x7. That's a 5x7 photo. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer for probably 95% of my printing. I do not use it for a full-size photo like this. You can, but it gets a little complicated to do that. You can do that with Photoshop, but if you don't have Photoshop, anyhow. So 95% of all my printing I do on that Epson PictureMate PM400. The power, in my opinion, behind that printer is the app, and the app is called the Epson Creative Print. The Epson Creative Print app has a bunch of pre-configured templates that you choose a template and then you put your photos into the template and then you get something like that. So this template had a space for 1, 2, 3, 4 square photos and 1, 2, 3 rectangular photos. Now, I chose not to put a photo right there because I kind of like to decorate that little area, but there's all different kinds of templates. You can choose to have white space in between your photos or not. There's so many things you can do with that app. That app only works with an Epson printer, but it is the Epson Creative Print printer and the Epson Epson Creative Print app that's available in the App Store for free and the Apple Store and the Android App Store. And then the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer, linked in the description box of the video. So that's a 5x7. Going back to our inserts, the inserts I use are standard wide, so that is 5 inches wide by 8 1/4 inches tall. I need to trim this down a little bit. I need to trim the width because, again, I'm losing a couple of millimeters in the center. So we'll just trim this down a little bit, and I just pick photos from the month. Usually every once in a while, I might do only a few photos in the... Yes, dear.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to show everybody my list.
This will... Okay, here's Nick's list. Well, you can see who kind of made that list for him today, right? Well, he made some of his list. You guys, when I say that I write lists for everything, literally I write lists for everything. That's Nick's to-do list.
I'm going to decorate it with a couple pictures and some grease smudges.
Some grease smudges. I love it. Okay, good. We'll be anxious to see how that turns out. In fact, maybe on the 21st or on the 22nd for the 5-year anniversary, you could come in and show your completed list.
Yeah, ain't going to happen.
You did hear that? Yeah, ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. I know. Sometimes I make him a list and he's like, enough of your lists already. Like, really? Enough of your lists. Yeah. Natural distressing. Exactly. Natural distressing. We'll just grunge it up a little bit with some grease. He is on a roll. He's got a lot of things checked off that list. And I love that he added things to it too. So what's actually going to be kind of fun, you guys, for our third list today, and I don't really want to jump ahead, but we're talking about a list like that today that I would really encourage you to do when we get there. Okay, let me see. I've missed a whole bunch of things in the chat. Let's just double check. Oh, Heather, I asked you a question I need to answer. I need to read. Heather. Hold on. Heather. Oh, I know. This is going to be good. Yay, Heather. I'm so excited for you. Heather said, yes, laid off in January. I have an offer on the table. I have a meeting scheduled for Monday. Heather, that makes me so happy for you. Congratulations. That just makes me so happy because I'm sure that was devastating at the time, right? And I love what you guys are saying to Heather. Best wishes, Heather. I hope all goes well. Heather said, thank you. There's a sunshine behind the clouds. I promise you. And she's talking to Rainey, who just lost her job. This offer is even more than I was making at the company that laid me off. Sending all the good thoughts your way. Yes. Channeling, look, something great happened with Heather and Rainey. We're channeling that for you too. And then she said, there is something amazing out there for you, Rainey, for your next chapter. I promise you. Rainey, thank you for sharing that with us too. That's kind of vulnerable, right? That feels really vulnerable to share with people. Sometimes it's easier with people you don't know though, right? So I'm so glad that you shared that with us. And Heather, I'm so excited for you. So excited. You gave them your salary request. They didn't bat an eye and I shot for the stars. What do you have to lose, right? They come back, they counter. I love it. All right. I'm so glad I saw that. And I'm so glad that you shared that with us. Let's see. Oh, hi, Mom. Hello, Mother. My mom and I just spent a ton of time together. We'll talk about that too on my next list because she actually, for her third list, she inspired the third list. I'll tell you about a conversation that we had. Okay, so here we go. I always start with photo. Maybe we should talk about these photos really quick. You'll see these things on my list. Nick and I in Hawaii at the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. My mother and I were together in Tacoma for 6 days last week because we went there to visit with our older son, Jack, and his fiance. Also to try on wedding dresses. So had to take like a stealth photo. She knew I was taking photos, but that little photo there, that is one of the dresses that she tried on, and it was just beautiful. And so I thought that would be a fun one to share. There we are. There's my mom. We were shopping in a vintage store with Kat and Jack. Kat is my daughter-in-law to be, and Jack, and then my future in-law, Kat's mother. I don't know how you say that. Anyhow, in this vintage store that had some new things and some vintage things. My mom and I both bought these little bucket hats. Aren't those fun? And it looks so cute on my freaking mom. I couldn't even stand it. She just had to buy it. And then the girls' trip from when Nick and I were in Hawaii. And then Nick had a really big trip last month as well. He went fishing with one of his best friend, and they went to Patagonia. That was a bucket list trip for Nick that was in the works and saving for a really long time. But anyhow, those are the photos. So photos that represent some things that happened in the month. That's what I start with. It was a big month. February was a big month. A lot going on. Lots of traveling. If you are newer here and you don't know this about me, you just have to know. Well, you don't have to know, but I will tell you. Traveling is a very big and important part of my life and also Nick's life. We have worked really hard our entire careers. We have saved our entire careers, and we continue to work really hard and continue to save to be able to travel and do some things this time in our life when we're empty nesters and where our parents aren't needing too much care from us, that we can do things like that we love to do to travel. So you will hear lots about travel from me. You'll see lots of travel things just because it's a big part of my life. And we make it happen, right? Because that's the thing with life. We have to make things happen. Things won't, well, I don't know. Some people, things just come to them. Not me. You got to work on it, right? You got to work on it and work towards it and make, if you want things to happen, you got to put it out there and then make them happen, right? All right, so this is the month of February. I have pulled out the Heartstrings collection from Simple Stories, and this is just a mess. There's stuff everywhere. Stuff is no longer organized into their nice little bags because I've played with it quite a bit, but not the sentiments bits, the floral bits, which won't be in their bag anymore. The floral bits. So floral bits have a mixture of hearts and flowers, and I thought that would be kind of fun, maybe to work in a few hearts and some flowers into my About Last Month. So that's the plan. That's the plan, Stan. And I haven't gone through anything, so I don't even really know what I want. I mean, I could use that if I wanted. I'm the boss of me. I can use whatever I want. You guys ever say that? I'm the boss of me. Because you used to, when you were a little kid, say, you're not the boss of me. So we can say, I'm the boss of me. All right, I need some of those hearts that are now floating in this little container here. So pardon me for a moment while I dig through. I mean, at least it's organized a little bit. Well, organized in that it's all in the same container, right? All right, hearts, hearts. Where are you, hearts? Oh, that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of a big one. That's probably way bigger than I want to go with, but we'll see. I could go smaller on the flowers. I know all the hearts in there aren't that big, right? You see me digging over here? I'll move this a little bit so you can just see me digging as I look through things. Happy. I don't know, maybe I use happy instead of love. It doesn't have to be love. Just because it's February, it doesn't have to be love. That's a cute little flower. We're just bringing in the pink. It's just going to be all about the pink. And there's a little bit of pink and reddish, pinkish reddish, right, in the photos. So I always try to pull in colors if I can from the photos. Sometimes it's a little bit harder, but there were a lot more photos that I took during the month of February, right? Because I take lots of photos. And then, like what I did this morning when I was pulling my photos, I just kind of look at some of the photos and that are, you know, kind of representative of the different things I did throughout the month, and then I pull them. So that's what I did. I usually, this is one of the first times I haven't done this. So this morning, when I sat down to write my list about last month, the things that happened in February, in my little workbook, usually I've been keeping a running list throughout the month. Ooh, I see some cute little black ones I want to get here. A running list of things throughout the month that took place. And I do that little running list on my phone. Well, imagine that. This morning I go to look at that little running list and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's nothing there. Well, it's because I did lots of traveling, so this list will be easy. But normally I recommend that you keep a running list somewhere so that when you sit down, start of a new month like we are now, and you're looking, kind of trying to remember the things that you did, if you have them written down somewhere, it makes it a lot easier to pull all that together. Right? Right. All right. So let's see. So predominantly using the floral bits from Heartstrings. So that's where all of those hearts came from, and some of the flowers. I think that's going to end up being way too big. But so let's see what we want to use here. Let me move this out of the way a little bit so I have room to see and room to work. Karen, I love it. Karen Haynes said to my mother, Karen Warren, hi, Lail's mom. Happy to have you here. Hope you're still not diving for tennis balls. Yes, we all hope that mom is no longer diving for tennis balls because, yeah, that's how she breaks her hip. 2 different times. She's playing tennis and she dives to get the ball, right? Can't do that anymore, Mom. You're not as young as you used to be. Well, I don't know. I've never Never divin. What even is that? I've never divin. I've never dove for a tennis ball in my life. I used to play tennis. All right, that's too big. I would really like to do this here. But that little flower is just way too big. let's see, do we do 2 like this? We could do that. I kind of like happy here instead. Or do I like love? I don't know, we'll see. Divin. Did you know we just invented a new word, divin? Yes, she's done that twice. Playing tennis, diving for balls, and broken her hip. But I believe she said both times she got the point. Silly mom. All right. If we did this guy went here. Ooh, that's way bigger. So we need to kind of do a couple hearts like that. And then I might be able to do a little flower in there. Yeah. And then I think over here, what if we do, all right, we don't need happy if we do washi. So let's look at this little washi. No more diving, but I'm as young as I feel, maybe 39 again. I know, isn't that interesting? Lots of us feel like we're 39. Hopefully only if you are older than 39. Do you feel younger than you feel 39? I don't know. Maybe you're 20 and you feel 39. That's okay too. Let's see. Heather, are you going to restock the Just Saying bundle? I'm late to the game and missed out the big bundle. I can, Heather. I can. So I have most of the pieces a la carte that I could restock it. I think the only one I don't have is the 6x6 pad, but I can order more 6x6 pads to put them together. So I will look into that. All right, what happened to that roll of washi I just had? Golly jeepers. I keep losing stuff, friends. I keep losing things. Oh, duh, it's right there. It is right there. She is a go-getter. Oh, yes, then, girl. She's a go-getter. You better believe it. All right. So I wanted to do 2 rows of washi. And you can see I had started to put down, this one first. And then I stopped because really I wanted to go back and put down the red polka dot first, because if I put the red polka dot on top, then I would have lost the top part of love. We wouldn't have been able to see that. So let's get this going here. I had to pick that back up because it was not even. It was not straight. All right. And then I want to put this down before I put, usually I end up decorating over there and then I come back and go, oh, I should add some washi. And then I'm like, ooh, darn it. I already put something down and the washi now has to go underneath that. Okay. There we go. And then this guy will just go right here. There we go. So as we were talking about this whole concept of about last month, originally when I was doing it, I was because it was during the pandemic and there wasn't a lot to write because there wasn't a lot happening. Wasn't doing a lot, no traveling, no teaching, no anything. I wasn't back then creating my own products, wasn't manufacturing my own products. So I couldn't even be talking about product development or anything like that. So, I should have used the highlighter tape for these before I moved them. All right, that will work, and I'll put one more little guy like right there. Oh yes, so anyhow, back then I was doing in the news, also on the same list. But then when, life got back to whatever it is now, I separate them because I just have usually too many things to put on my list. But here's the thing. If you're like, my life is boring, I go to work every day, I come home, I make dinner on the weekends, I do the same, but I don't go to work. I can't do an about last month list. I just don't have enough going on in my life to list about. And I say, well, let's think about that. Did you cook some things during the month? Did you try new recipes? Are you now hooked on the Paradise series on Hulu? Are you watching White Lotus? Are you reading? Are you Going outside? Are you, what are you doing? I would imagine that there are things that you are doing that you could use to document your about last month. They don't have to be big things, right? My things tend to be bigger things because I'm in that phase of life where I'm doing a lot of travel right now. So in a lot of cases, like February, I was home 10 days in February. Oh, that's a lovely up close shot of my head and my roots. I was home 10 days in February out of the 28. So for me, there were a lot of things, but that's how my list is. Your list does not have to be that way. You know what they say? Comparison is what do they say about that? Something like that. Comparison is the thief of joy or something like that, right? So your list is yours. Karen's list is hers. Sarah's list is hers. Pam's list is hers. We all have our different lists, and they are all tell a different story. There we go. Okay. There's a start. Now we're ready for the stamping. So the stamping, each year that I've done this, let's see, I think the first, do I have 4 now? I think 4. I didn't do it the first year, the first partial year. I can't remember if I did it the first year or not. But I have released a stamp set for the year to document my About Last Month. So this is the 2025 set. It is 2025 About Last Month. And this is the stamp set that I used when I put my January About Last Month list together. Okay. And this is the list, the stamp set that I will use to do that each month. So the stamp set that you can buy is just the stamp set, or there is actually a project kit. I don't want to use that one. That one was for photography. It hasn't been used yet. There is a project kit, the 2025 year in review. So the 2025 year in review kit has everything that you need to do your list for the entire year. Now, it's obviously it's not using the same product that I'm using every month. It is using custom die cuts. It's using custom, what else is in that? Lots of fun things. But there's a class that goes with that. And we did the class at the beginning of this month, the beginning of February, the end of January. I don't remember when we did it. But that you can watch at any time. But with that, you have everything that you need to decorate and stamp your list for the entire 12 months. So I am going to do that about last month, February, and then I'll put a little something right there. So let's pick a color. I mean, I would rather not do red because I've used red, and I don't want to do orange. So maybe we shoot for that pink, which I'm going to say is probably picked raspberry. Let's see, that's going to be pretty close. It'll either be picked raspberry or kitsch flamingo. And I think kitsch flamingo is going to be a little bit lighter than I would like. So let's look. Let's take a peek here. Ooh, okay. So there is something very, okay, well, look just what happened. I set that stamp down. I wasn't paying attention to where I set it, and it is kind of sticky, and it just pulled up part of the ink on my photo. You can see it right there. You can really see it right there. So I am going to have to deal with that later. We should just be more careful what we're doing, Lael. That was not very good. Wanda, no, for this one, I moved to the heartstrings from Simple Stories. So I've used the floral bits from the heartstrings collection that had the flower and then the hearts. Okay, so where was it? Gosh, I just got totally off track now that I kind of messed up my photo. I don't remember what I was saying. So I'm looking for, oh, here we go. I am looking for, I know, oh no, but guess what? It is what it is. I will, this is what I can do. I can print that photo out again and then just cut out those 2 photos and adhere those 2 photos, one there and one there. Or I could just cut it like right here and then just put that one piece right there. So, I mean, you can usually figure something out. I know Karen said photo has a vintage vibe now like the dress. It does. Got to be more careful with what we're doing. Okay, picked raspberry. That's it. So picked raspberry, I am going to, now if I wanted to do this, I could do a red and a pink together. That might be kind of fun. So if we're going to do that, what red would we use? So we know we want picked raspberry. Let's look at, you can't even believe when it comes to red, you'd think, oh, red. There's so many different versions of red. So candied apple is a little too bright. I'm going to say we are probably going to be looking at fired brick. Yep, I think fired brick is going to be the closest to that. So let's do fired brick and picked raspberry. Alrighty, fired brick, where are you? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Karen Perkins said, yippee, I'm back at home having run all my errands with Lael talking in my ear the whole time. Now I can actually see what's going on. You're like, oh. Yes, Valerie, that's the other, thank you. That's what I was going to talk about. So that was my train of thought that I'm like, what was I thinking? Here's the deal. Before you stamp on something, you should always, always, always look to see what you did before. My list before, remember how I switched it up? I said, normally I do the list on the left and my decorating or photo on the right. I switched this up. So the reason why I always want to turn the page to see what I did before is this. If I were to stamp about last month in February right here, there is going to be some shadowing and ghosting, especially those are two really bright, heavy colors. When I were to turn back to this page, I would be able to see a little bit of shadowing or ghosting from the pink and the red from what I did here. So what that tells me, I can't stamp directly on here or else I'm going to have a problem. So what I want to do is I am going to pull out really what I should have done. Let me see. I might be able to still do this. Let's look. This, oh, I don't want to use that. I don't want to use the grid. That is a grid. What I really want to use is the lined version of that. So, whoopsie. Okay, lined version. All right. Basically, I'm going to kind of recreate this page using a 6x8 piece. Now, what might be kind of fun, let's see. Would I want to use this red over here? I could. But what I need to do, I'm going to need to pull this part off and then lay it back down on this. Do I want the red? I don't know, that's probably a little much. All right, so I want to trim this to 4 3/4. And I will trim it from the right edge, but now it's the left edge because I turned it upside down. 4 3/4. All right. So now this will go here. I will round my corners. I'll do my outlining like I always do. But now I won't see any shadowing or ghosting because I am stamping directly on here. All right, so now let's continue with that. I actually need to clean this off, that backside, because that backside pulled up some of the ink for my photo, which means right here, it's not sticky at all. And I need that to be able to stick to my stamping block. Sometimes this happens in life, right? Sometimes you end up with a stamp that gets a little bit of lint or fuzz, especially if it starts to be on your stamps that are maybe a little bit smaller. If it stops sticking to your stamping block, you just need to clean the back of it. Clean the back of it with your stamp chamois or a damp paper towel or a wipe or whatever it is. Clean the back of it and now that will stick no problem. But I needed to do that there because I needed to get off that ink that stuck to the stamp from the photo. All right, so here we go. Let's do about last month first. This stamping block was specifically designed for this stamp set because you need something that is long and skinny. So that is how this stamp set came about. It fits your about last month and then your months as well. Okay, so I might as well, now I'm working off the page, so I might as well do all my stamping and writing and everything here, and then I will come back in and adhere. A little bit easier sometimes to work with a flat surface. All right, so now what I need to decide if I want to, do the, I think I'd like a little bit more pink than red. So if I add picked raspberry as the main part, and then February will be red. So it'll be a little bit more pink forward than red forward. So here we have about last month. All right, so I can tell I didn't give it enough ink, but I can also tell, do you see how I have that little spot right there in the T and a little spot right there in the N? I would bet you anything that on the T, I can see there's a little piece of lint. And that is why my ink did not adhere right there. So I'm going to clean that off. And then I want to dry it really well. It's why I always test stamp first. I'd much rather, now that's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal if that was there. It's not gonna, affect my stamped image. Really, you'd probably never even notice it, but always better to test first. All right, now before I ink that up again, what I'd like to do is I'd like to come back to January and see where I started stamping. 1, 2, 3, 4. So my about starts on the 4th line down. So I kind of make sure I have enough room and keep the similar spacing from month to month. Get that nice and inked up. Hopefully I got rid of that little spot. When I'm drying off, I use a lint-free towel or lint-free cloth. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it, right? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, my A starts there. All right. I use a lint-free cloth, so it's not going to transfer lint to my, to my stamp. Nice even pressure. Not rocking it. Oh, I got you, Colleen. It's 12:34. Thank you. That is my angel time. Yep. The name of the container you use to hold your wet stamp chamois. That is linked in the description box of the video. It is a salt cellar. It is meant to store your salt, especially if you live in a humid climate. That keeps it dry so your salt doesn't stick together. My mom used to do that with rice. Some people put rice in their salt so it doesn't stick together from the humidity. That's what that's for. But when I'm working for maybe 4 or 5 hours and I'm stamping, if I keep my little stamp chamois in there, that's going to keep it, it's not wet, it's moist. I know not a lot of people's favorite words, but keeps it damp. How about that? So that I don't have to keep going back to the, back to the sink. Now, some people put them in a baggie. Some people will put it in a little Tupperware or whatever. That's just what I use. One of you recommended that to me a couple of years ago, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's great. So it's from Amazon, and like I said, you can find that linked in the description box of the video if you want that. All right, February. I know I'm not the only one that does that, right? February. It's like that and Wednesday. You enunciate it when I say it. So that now has a pink tinge to it. Sometimes my stamps I use yellow a lot. Sometimes my stamps will get a yellow tinge just because I didn't clean it really, really well. It's not going to affect the stamp, but if you were like, wait a minute, why is that still pink? All right, did we get Fired Brick out? Oh, we did, okay. All right, so now February. The other nice thing, I'll explain why I'm doing what I just did here in a minute. The other nice thing about doing your test stamping somewhere is that if you're doing multiple stamps together, you can also test that. Test the placement, test how close you want them to be and so forth. So there we go. Now I totally kind of bobbled that when I placed it, so it's a little bit blurry down at the bottom. What was I just going to say? Oh, I know. So you'll notice I'm using two different stamps here and I'm stamping them separately. You may have wondered, Lael, why didn't you just stamp those on the same stamp block? Now, if I was doing the same color, that would be a lot easier. One of the reasons why, not the primary reason, but one of the reasons why I would not do that is because I'm doing two different colors. And I can try to mask and do things like that, but it would just make things a lot more complicated. But really the primary reason, even if I am stamping like a word with alphabet stamps, I will stamp each letter or each stamp individually. And that is because I'm a control freak. I like to control how close I can place my stamps together, and I like them to be close. So what would happen is if I stamped these two together, there would be a huge trapped white space in between month and February because there is a buffer, right? There's buffer polymer. These are photopolymer stamps around all of the stamps. So I wouldn't be able to get them as close together as I wanted if I was stamping them on the same stamping block. Gosh, took a while to get that out of my mouth. All right. Diane, your list is looking good. I love it. Diane, what are you listing? If you guys are listing with me today, tell me, are you working on the same list we are? Are you working on different lists? Are you working on past lists or future lists? Or maybe you're working on another project, another craft project. What are you doing? What is keeping you busy today? Louisa, she said, I've heard that good quality stamps will get stained. It just shows that you're using your supplies. Right, there you go. And I don't know about that. I haven't heard that. What I will say is that my stamps are good quality. My stamps are photopolymer stamps. They're made in the US. That's the kind of thing that if you are going to Hobby Lobby and you find a stamp set that is 6x8 and it costs 95 cents. Now, I'm very much over exaggerating there, but sometimes you'll see like a 4x6 stamp set at Hobby Lobby and it's $5.99 or $6.99. That's okay. It's just kind of you get what you pay for. If you are buying stamps like that, nothing wrong with that. You just need to be aware of a couple things. It's probably an acrylic stamp. Nothing wrong with that, but in a lot of cases, you can't get the crispness and quality and detail in your stamped images when you're working with an acrylic stamp. So like anything, right? If you have it in your budget to buy photopolymer stamps, then I would absolutely say as a stamper, go follow photopolymer. That is an instance where I think your money is well spent on something like that. Okay, I'm pulling this off of my left-hand side because as we talked about, I can't stamp here. If I stamp here, it's going to affect this list. We'll see a little bit of that show through. Not a lot. You won't actually see the red. It's not like it's leaking through, right? It's that it is, it's just the shadowing and ghosting. Gotta get under that. There we go. Lift this back up, or I could just say, come on. Well, all right, doesn't matter. I peeled it off the paper with that guy, but that's okay because we're putting something on it. So I'll just use some more washi. All right, let's grab that red washi because it has to go down first. Oh, duh, Lael, put it here. Put it here. And I'm not going to adhere this quite yet. I will, golly, nothing is wanting to pull for me today. There we go. I'll just kind of lay it next to it. Just gonna do it. Grabbing my score tape again, because as we talked about, now that I am adding something over here, I want to give it a little bit more strength right here so it doesn't lift up. So we'll do it along that edge. I don't have to do the whole thing, but I'll just maybe do it along this edge. I want to get as close to the edge as I can. That's the whole idea. And then do the rest of that. Like that. Just reveal a little bit of that. So that same trick that we did before. So that I can make sure that I get it straight. So this is a little trick. Now we had to do this basically because if I stamped on that page, it would have shadowing or ghosting. Just lost part of that. But if you ever make a mistake in your stamping, right? That I could have made a mistake there and this could be the way that I fixed it, right? No one would ever know. So you can always fix a mistake. There's always a way to do it. I could either do this and, you know, put a page right on top of it, or I could, if I made a mistake right there, I could just restamp that again on a piece of lined paper like this, or even a piece of white cardstock, and then fussy cut it out and stick it right over it. So I know sometimes we get afraid to stamp because we're afraid we're going to mess up, but even if you mess up, you can fix it. Just cover it up. Oops, I was a little short there. That's right. Let's see. Mary J's working on a couple of different lists. She did the glimmer one about last month. Things I love right now. And just saying, holy cow, Mary J, you're a speed lister. I love it. Kyla's working on these lists and trying to stay caught up. She just got a happy mail package delivered to her office. Yay, that's fun. You're working today, yeah? All right, there we go. Okay, now we're just about ready for our list, right? We're just about there. Just about there. Do a little outlining. So those paper packs that I pulled out, those are another one of my products. There are 2 patterns. They're both 6x8. One is a grid and one is aligned. They're 6x8 for a reason, because if you're working like in a mini book and you want a 6x8 background, that works for that. But then also we can just trim them down to work for a traveler's notebook if we want, like I did. So here we could put that there. I don't know, that's kind of plain. We've got a couple of these guys. Maybe that would work better. Let's look. We like it? I think so. Then maybe we'll just do something like that elsewhere. Okay. Where did my, there we go. Let me see. Karen did glimmers last night, knowing she wouldn't have much time. Also catching up on What a Day, which was great. And now she's doing about last month. I love it. And what I love too is some of you would just hang out with us, right? Some of you have told me you have never made a list in your life. And I'm like, really? And you say, yeah, I just like to hang out. I like to work on other projects when I'm with you. And I say, that's so cool. I love it. All right. Here's this little happy thing. Do we put happy up here? Oh, I think happy needs to go right there maybe. I like it better there. But I don't want it to be as long as it is. So we'll trim that. And then we'll start our list very shortly. Very, very shortly. It's the peanut butter sandwich that drops on the floor with peanut butter side down. Of course that dropped with the adhesive facing down. There we go, happy. All right, so we're about ready for our list. I think what I will do here is another one of my little underlines. If I can find my, there we go. Find my ruler. Another one right there, and another one right there. All right, so next thing I need is a bullet stamp. Because it will be very similar to this, where I just need something to visually separate all of the things on my list. So with that said, let's grab, let's grab some bullets and see what we'd like to work with. I'm thinking maybe, this is Bullets and More. This is a very well used and loved stamp of mine. I think, so there is a little outlined heart. Maybe we'll just go with that because there's an outlined heart there and an outlined heart there. That was the original Bullets and More. It's just called Bullets and More. Since then, we have done Bullets and More. Is that it? Yeah. We've done Bullets and More 2 and Bullets and More 3. When I was talking before about, let me move this up so you can see what I'm talking about. When I was talking before about your stamps not sticking to the stamping block, sometimes they will also not stick to your little sheet. And the reason for that is they also would have maybe a little bit of dust or lint or hair or whatever on the back of them. I find that happens, it's more obvious to me on the bullet stamps because they're so small that if you get one little piece of dust on there, it really affects it. So, whoopsie, just clean it off. Clean it off. I did clean it off the same way with my chamois, but you could use water. Some people say soap and water, but those you really want to be careful with, the bullets, because they're so small that they can run away on you if they're not sticking to your sheet. All right, so there's my little heart. I need to put it on my stylus and just line it up. I'm lining it up with a little squirrel, little scatter to make sure that it will always be in the same place. And maybe we'll do pink. Let's see. Pink hearts, pink outlined hearts. Pink. I think pink will be cute. We'll go with pink. All right, so now all I do is start making a list of the things that I want to document for the month of February. And it could be anything. It could be things in the news. It could be work things, although work things, that's everything for me, right? But it could be things with my kids. It could be things with pets. It could be things with friends or family. You get to decide what goes on your list. Let me see. Debbie, that sounds fun. Debbie is printing some of the cutest vintage farmhouse prints to make a junk journal. Going back to, I asked what you guys were working on today. Zen Girls, I'm writing the same list ideas, but still not in the Traveler's Notebook. You know what, Zen Girls, all in good time. You'll decide when it feels right, and then you'll be like ready. You'll just unleash, right? Just unleash. I say do it now, but you do it when you're ready. Let's see. Louisa hasn't started a list yet, but she's planning to create a glimmers list, rough sketch. I also have to work later today. She's procrastinating. I know, right? Hi, Barbara. Barbara said, I haven't seen your videos in a while. I didn't know you did giveaways. How sweet. Oh, gosh. I've done giveaways ever since the beginning of time. Yeah. That's how I got to make you guys hang out with me, right? Just kidding. I know you'd be here whether there were giveaways or not. Let's see. Ms. L is having fun practicing coloring with alcohol markers in a coloring book. Mary J had too many pictures for February, so she had to do a tip-in. Do you put something on the back of the tip-in photo? Let me talk about that in just a minute. Oh, Scatter's over here sleeping, right? He's like, would you get on? He's bored. He's tired. Maureen likes the red and pink together. Okay, so I'm just going to take a really quick break and let's talk about something. Let's talk about... not the song that you think when people say, let's talk about. Let me look. Were we here? No. All right. Let me pull out the last one. I should have it handy. Let's see. October through December. Would it be this one? Maybe. All right. There's one thing in here that we will see. Sometimes I do what is called a tip-in. Let's see. So, and this is what Mary J was talking about. She had too many pictures, so she wanted to add more pictures. And it gets a little bit hard when you're working in a connected book like this to add more pictures, right? So you can do something called a tip-in. So with a tip-in, you can use washi. I like to use the tip-in tape that I have on the website, but you're basically just taking something. In this case, I did a postcard, and you are tipping it in to the center, or sometimes you can tip it in to the top. That is a great way to add extra photos. Now let me show you. I did that a couple times in October. So did the same thing. There are 2 photos adhered back to back. So Mary J, you could do 2 photos back to back like that if you wanted, or you could put a piece of pattern paper on the back, or you could maybe expand on one of the things on your list on the back of the photo, or you could leave it blank. Kind of really decide what you want to do. We did something else here in October for about last month where I did, these weren't even a tip in. I just cut the page down and then cut across. So you can, that was a fun way to also add extra photos. But the one I'm looking for is, that is a tip in from the top, right? You could do that. So tip in and that flips up like that. But the one I'm looking for is where I had on the list, my list, I want to say I had 48 photos. But is this it? These all went out for photography. Oh yeah, here we go. I think it's this one. Oh, here we go. So my 2024 about last month, I tipped in. So yeah, 48 photos. So that is a photo tipped in with tip in tape up at the top. And I didn't do photos on the back. So really I could have had 96 photos on this spread. They'd all be small like that, but by doing this, that's what I call like a water falling dog door. So that by itself is a dog door. If you think about a dog door, it hinges at the top, opens at the bottom. But water falling dog door, there are 4 that do that, right? So that is a great way to add in more photos. One of the things that I did in this year's, the 2025 year in review class that goes with that project kit is I showed you a whole bunch of different ways to add more photos. Lots of really fun, unique kind of interactive ways. Let's see. Karen said she stamped a light design on the back to make it look less white. Very good. Yeah, you could do something like that on the back as well. Royally Messy's watching and will work on list tonight. You're printing stuff for a baby shower. Oh, that's exciting. Your daughter-in-law's having twins. Your first grandbabies. That is amazing. Royally Messy, if that was me, I'd miss the 22nd too, even though it was my day. I would totally miss that. Maureen's running errands. Let's see. All right. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. I love that you guys are asking questions about the twins and congratulating people on jobs and sharing, well wishes with people that are going through things that are difficult. I just love that about what we do here. What you guys do here. I love that. All right. So let's see. February. Oh my gosh, Nick. Can you guys hear that? Apparently one of the things on Nick's to-do list that he added for himself was to blow off the front porch with the big blower. And so, bless his heart, he's just trying to do good, helpful things, but he's not realizing that, the blower right next to the window makes a little bit, yeah, it's all good. I traveled so much during the month. Was only home 10 days. All right. That was good. It was such good month travel. And I've never, ever in my life been able to do what I did in the month of February. I never would have been able to. All of those trips were personal. None of those were business, not one, which has never happened in my life. And because I have really good help now with Lily and Denise and Amy working on stuff behind the scenes. And no, don't kid yourself. I worked a lot while I was gone. I just wasn't home, and I had fun too. But I've never been able to do anything like that in my life. I've always been tethered to a job or tethered to my own business. But it was very special. It was awesome. We were in Hawaii for a week for Nick's annual business trip. Kyla, are you still here? we, I mean, we have gone to this trip with Nick. It's because of business every year. I'm incredibly fortunate to have been to Hawaii more times than I can count on both hands. And we have never done what we did this trip. Because we usually try to go a little bit early so we can, enjoy time together. Nick can enjoy Hawaii instead of not work the whole time. But we flew so we spent 2 days in Kona and drove to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. The reason I asked if Kyla was here, I was teaching at an event last year, maybe last spring, and I was walking around just checking out to see what people are working on and talking to people, and I stopped at Kyla's station, her little desk, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you working on? And she had these beautiful photos, and she's like, oh, I'm documenting our trip to Hawaii, and when we went to Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And I went, what? Yes, hi, Kyla. And I went, what? Hawaii Volcanoes National Park? What are you talking about? She's like, oh, yes, there are 2 national parks in Hawaii. And I'm like, how in the world? Nick and I love to go to national parks. We really love to go to national parks. I'm like, how have we been to Hawaii many times and we have never been to either national park? So I said, Kyla, we're going again in February, and when we go, we are going to go to volcanoes. And we did. So that was all thanks to Kyla. All right. We had just so much fun, and it was it's a very different national park because it's kind of 2 parks in one, kind of. Part of it is the volcanoes, and they were not erupting. It was not erupting while we were there, but so part of it is very dry and lots of steam coming from out of the ground, and really volcano-y, really not volcano-y. What is it? What's the stuff? This is embarrassing. I can't believe I'm saying this. The lava. There we go. I'm like, what's the stuff that comes out of the volcano? Lava. So very lava-y, and anyhow. But then another part of it, beautiful like jungles and super green and so much vegetation, and anyhow, we very much enjoyed it. All right. So then on a fluke, we ended up at P-U-N, I can't even pretend to pronounce this, A-L-U'-U, Black Sand Beach. Holy cow. If you have never seen about Black Sand Beach, it is so cool. And we just ended up there by accident. We were looking for a place to have a picnic, and then we were there. Very cool. Then we had our, spent the rest of the trip in Oahu. Like we always do. I guess more in Waikiki. On Waikiki. That is where Nick's, and there's a water convention there every year. Doesn't that sound exciting? A water convention. Trade show, whatever. So that's why he's there every year. Let's see. Oh, then I did girls trip to Coronado for 5 days with Sherry, Karen, and Kathy. Those are my friends. Sherry is my oldest, dearest friend. We've known each other. We met in 1986, our freshman year of college. And she was in my wedding. I was in her wedding. Nick's best friend is her husband, who he went fishing with. Then my friend Karen, I've known probably probably since, 95 when Nick and I got married. And then Kathy was also a sorority sister of ours. So just very dear friends. We had so much fun. Lots of eating and laughing and relaxing and shopping and walking on the beach and e-bike riding. All right, what do we got next? There, we started watching, and now Nick and I are watching it, watching White Lotus season 3. Anybody watching that? And Paradise, which is a new series on Hulu. So, talking about what I'm watching. Let's see, Louisa, did you visit the most southern bakery place on the Big Island? I can't remember the name. Did not. Oh, Kyla knows the Punalua Bakery, which is, we probably drove right by it because it's the same name of the Black Sand Beach Park where we were. Let's see, Colleen, have not been to Nanamu Gardens outside of Hilo. Have not been to Hilo. Oh, Kyla, are you going again? I love it. Kyla said, guess where I'll be on March 22nd. Well, Kyla, if you can't be with me on March 22nd, then that's your excuse because you're going to be in Hawaii again in volcanoes. If that's where you're going, then that's okay. You have a pass. Colleen's been to the Black Sand Beach. Oh, I love it. Zen Girls was in Waikiki and Maui in February too. How weird would that be? Wouldn't that be weird if we ran into each other? That would have been crazy. That's happened in different places, and I don't know. I think in December, Nick and I went to the Jazz game, and some woman stopped me, and she goes, "Are you Lael?" And I'm like, "Yes." And she's like, "Oh," and then we talked for a minute, and then she says to Nick, "You know your wife's famous," and Nick is just like, "Oh, whatever, whatever." I'm like, "Nick, come on. All right, what else did we do here? Nick, because sometimes it's about other. Nick checked a fishing trip to Patagonia off of his lifetime bucket list. With his friend Scott, our friend, I guess I should say, that's Sherry's husband, Scott. And he just he was just had the time of his life, which, hopefully that's what we work so hard for all of our lives, friends, right? That we can then have the opportunity to do things that we have wanted to do, a bucket list saved for, right? Hopefully that's where we end up in life. Then my mom and I went to Tacoma for 6 days to visit Jack and Kat and go wedding dress shopping. That was so fun. It was very, Kat invited us to go do that with her, and it was very special. It was very, very neat. It was cool, and it was really cool to do that with my mom. My mom and I have really never been on a trip together with just the two of us, and we had so much fun. And I would say the highlight of that, besides actually, I don't need to put one of those there. Wedding dress shopping. No, I'll do one there. Wedding dress shopping. Shopping at vintage stores. We had a lot of fun doing that with Jack and Kat, or sometimes just Kat and her mom. And let's see, helping mom define her style. I was telling Vicky, we talked earlier this week, and I was telling Vicky that I was channeling my inner Vicky. Years ago, Vicky, Vicky and I spent a lot of time together over the last 20 years probably. But we used to go, and still even a little bit this happens, that we'd go shopping and Vicky would be like, okay, I'm finding things for you. I'm going to pick things and you're going to try them on and I know what would look good on you and just trust me, right? So I did that with my mom. I was channeling my inner Vicky. And we went to TJ Maxx and my mom's like, I don't need any new clothes. I'm like, Mom, we're going to try things on so you can see how this looks with that, or how if you tuck in and you do a third and 2/3, and if you wear a jacket with it or a scarf. Oh my gosh, we had so much fun. And I did make her buy some, I mean, not make her, but she did buy some things. It was so fun and she was so cute and she was so excited, and what a lot of fun doing that. I think we will end that with just those 3 little hearts right there. And then that list is done. So I would tell you that is an anomaly. That this February is by far an anomaly, where the entire thing was pretty much, my about last month was pretty much about travel for the entire month. That does not happen. That is very unusual for me. Usually there's a trip. It's either a work trip or it is, teaching, or it is a personal trip, but that was definitely an anomaly. But there we go. Another month in the books. All right. So we're ready for our third list. Let me come in and put all of these little things away, and then we will talk about our third list. And there's a good segue as I kind of end with that trip with my mom. If you missed the beginning when I was showing you photos, that is my cute, sweet mom. And we were in a vintage shop in a little bit north of Seattle. Oh, we went to Pike's Place. We had so much fun with Jack and Kat, but I kind of didn't talk a lot about all of that there. But we went, Fremont maybe? I don't know, something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But we went to a couple vintage shops and it was pouring rain. The entire time it was pouring rain, like downpour. And you're like, seriously? It's just, I guess, what you get there this time of year, or all times of year. But we go into the shop and it's like 2 stories, but it's down, like you walk in, it's like you walk in downstairs and then you go downstairs again. So it's like two levels below street level, something like that. And they had some new things, but mostly everything was like vintage or secondhand, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it. And I first walked by this table that had these bucket hats. And I'm like, those are so cute. I'm like, oh gosh, those bucket hats are cute. And I kept kind of walking by them and thinking about them in my head. And then, we're walking around. And so we go back upstairs and there's this cute girl up there with her boyfriend. And she has on one of those bucket hats. And it was similar to this one. And she turned to me and she said, can I ask you a question? I said, sure. And she said, does this hat look silly? And I'm like, oh my gosh, no. I said, I've been looking at those hats. And I said, that is the cutest hat on you. I can't even believe it. And she goes, well, if you were looking at them, are you going to get one? And I'm like, well, and she goes, try it on. And then she says to my mom, you guys should both try one on. And she's cute. She's probably, I don't know, maybe late 20s. And so I put this one on, this like fur one. And my mom put this one on, which is white, but it's like a really cool, almost like Sherpa kind of, anyhow, we both put them on and fell in love with them. And so we bought them. And I have the cutest picture of just my mom and hers, which it's just darling. I should probably post it in the Facebook group because you can see, because you see my mom so much on here. But I took that little selfie of us and it was just, we had a lot of fun. And so my mom, I don't know, I think my mom yesterday came over for a few minutes to grab something. And she goes, guess what? So I got out of the shower, my hair was wet, and I needed to run errands. So I put on my hat, and I just love it so much. Yeah, so it was fun. Marilyn said, I have to run to the mailbox. I just received notification that my traveler's notebook kit has been delivered. So excited. I'm excited for you. Very excited for you. All right. I've missed lots of things in the chat. Colleen said, I have a bucket hat that my dad bought at the Toronto Jazz Festival many years ago. Oh, Colleen, that is so fun. That is so fun. Like, what a great memory too, right? All right. So that list is now done. We're ready for one more list. I am going to take a quick hydration break. So if you'd like to take a quick hydration break with me, I encourage you to do so. I'm just right here. I'm just sipping. I'll scroll up in the chat while I'm doing this. Jackie had a great 97th birthday with your mom. But at the end of the month, you had to take her car away. She lives in a small town, but not small enough for her to keep driving. Oh, Jackie, that is hard. I know that is so hard. That's hard on so many levels because it's hard on you. It's so hard to, I mean, you just role reversal. The role reversal from my experience when you are caring for an elderly parent is very difficult because we're just not, no one ever told me how to do that. It's just, psychologically, it was very difficult. So I hope that is okay. I hope that it was, I hope that things are settled a little bit. It's probably so difficult for your mom because that's when they really start, realizing that, they can't do the things that they used to do. But the fact that she's 97, holy cow, that's amazing. No accident or tickets. She just started having near misses. Yeah, right. That makes sense. Oh gosh. All right. So our third list, I started talking about this like 28 minutes ago, it feels like. Our third list. So this one came out of a conversation that my mom and I were having when I was driving back to the airport when we saw that amazing rainbow that I talked about on my glimmers list. And she was saying how she's like, I'm always amazed. I think I can get so much done in a day, and it feels like I get nothing done in a day because I have a big to-do list. And at the end of the day, I look at my to-do list and I'm like, look at all the things I didn't get done. So she said she was talking to her friend about that, and her friend said to her, why don't you make a list at the end of the day of the things that you did get done? She said, so now that's what I do. I make a list of things I did get done at the end of the day. And she's like, holy cow, I get a lot done in a day, right? I never realized how much I was getting done because I was only focused on the things I wasn't getting done. So on Thursday of this week, when I posted the blog post about today's listing session, I said, we're going to do, I think I called it a done list. Done. So instead of making a to-do list, you can still make your to-do list, right? Nick showed us his to-do list earlier, but you make your to-do list. This was my to-do list for yesterday. And so I had a list starting out that I knew I wanted to get done, but I also knew there's probably no way I can get all those things done. But then there were some things that weren't on my list that I did do. So what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to take this list and I'm going to make a done list. I'm going to document a done list in my Traveler's Notebook because I should celebrate all those things I got done, right? We focus too much on what we didn't get done. And this is how I live. I mean, I live on lists. I live on to-do lists. I live on packing lists. This is just how my brain thinks. So I have lots of these all over the place. And I think normally we focus on what we didn't get done. We look at this and go, crap, I didn't get that done. I didn't get that done. I didn't get that done. But focusing on what we did get done, I think can be really satisfying. All right. So that is what I'm going to do. This will be a one-page list. Now let me look and see. Done. I know I'm using a stamp set for that, but guess what? I do not know what else I am using. So I just had a thought. I felt like, was there something in here that looked like, no, not that. I'm pulling back in front porch because I thought I remembered seeing something. Kind of feel like I need a little, look at that. So this kind of reminds me a little bit of like a ribbon, right? Like a ribbon. Like this is the ribbon I get from my done list. Could we do that, you think? Now, it's meant to work this way. But what if I turned it on its side? And I wouldn't put it there. I mean, I'd put it probably here. what if we did that, put it there, and then I stamp done, and then I just write my list of everything that I did. I think that would work. So if we're going to do that, I need to figure out a way, like what I can put in the center there to make it so that those lines aren't vertical. So I could do, let's just look. No. I'll pull out a few of the things that I had just on my little flat lay. That could work. There we go. I think we'll make this easy, right? We'll make this quick and easy. That is what it's going to be. And that it stuck in my head yesterday. When I was doing the flat lay, I was like, is it like a ribbon, banner, award? Oh no, it goes sideways because you write on that. But we're going to make it work as like it's a little award, like a little award reward. Now, before I do that, I'll think about that. I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get this little guy down. Ooh, okay, I have an idea. If we do that, now I know it's only partially covered up that little guy, but on the, where is it? Do I have it out? On the Goal Getter stamp set. On the Goal Getter stamp set, let me find it. My back is to you, so bear with me for a minute. I'm just looking. Hold please. No, I don't want to do that one now. Goal Getter, there we go. Goal Getter, and I think I would like to use Reggie Alpha. Apologies again, friends. I hate to turn my back on you because then it just doesn't sound good, but all right, I think I've got it. Reggie Alpha, and this. I want to pull one of these little circles. And it is this one that says done. So what if I stamped that and this little guy went maybe over here? I don't know, we'll see. Let's see what happens. We may use it, we may not. But I do know what I need to go with that is a circle punch. It is a 1-inch circle punch. 1-inch circle punch fits that perfectly. So when I designed this stamp set, those little circles, the fail, done, and near, and I know, here's the thing. Fail is kind of a hard word, but I needed 4-letter words that would convey either something was done or you're still working on it or you kind of didn't do it, right? Fail. So I know fail's strong, but that's why that's there. If you're like, why do we have to fail? That's fine. All right, so let's do this. Now, I feel like we should have, do we want a piece of background paper maybe? Just so it has a little bit more color. Like, do we do that? And then our white? No blue. I guess we could do this one instead. Oh, I like that better. Yes, okay. So front porch comes back into play again. We started with that and we will end with that. All right, so I will work on this off the page. What that means is I will do the whole list here and then put it back in. So what I need to do is, first of all, this is going to be the base for my list. So I am going to trim that down to 4 3/4. This is paper from a 6x8 paper pad, the front porch paper pad. So when I am working with the base paper in my traveler's notebook, because that is 5 by 8.25, I will take a 6x8 paper and trim it down to 4 3/4. That gives me a nice little kind of white border all the way around the edge. So this will be on the left page. I will round the outside corners on the left. So we talk a lot about a time capsule type list. So this is a time capsule type list because this is a very specific snapshot in time. These were the things that I got done yesterday, right? So if I looked at this list a year from now, if I looked at a list, maybe I did like this 10 years ago, it would tell a lot about my life because things that are on your to-do list are very specific to that particular time in your life, right? Like if you have to go to Babies R Us to buy new diapers and formula and wipes, that is a very specific time in your life. You're either a new mom or maybe you are a new grandma or a mom or a grandma, right? Those things would not be on my list right now. So very much a time capsule. All right, I'm going to use some plain white cardstock. Like the plain white tees, but the plain white cardstock. A basic in every outfit. Gotta have a plain white tee in your closet. I do. I have lots of them. Plain white cardstock. Good to have in your. Oh goodness, Reggie! Did we all see that? Did you see a little snippet of Reggie's bum? Like just go right across the screen there. That was hilarious. He jumped up and now he's going to get in his bucket. Oh yeah, there he is. Just a little bit. Okay, white cardstock. I am going to. Let's just do this really quick. I always eyeball this and then it ends up being the same measurement every time. So it's probably 3 3/4 or 4 by 7. Oh, you did it. That would totally work. I did it. You could say I did it, or you could say you did it. Or, there's all, look at, this would actually, so you've got doing my best. You have the little awards. Goal getter. Get it, girl, for the win. Believe it, achieve it, one day at a time. You could use that definitely for a list like this as well. But I'm just going to use, I don't know, we'll see. Probably just that little D. And we may not use it either. We'll see what happens. All right, so that ends up being, we'll make that 4. So it's probably about 4 by 7. So that will go down there. And I think what I would like to do, since this now will kind of go up here as my little award, my little banner. I think just to soften that white edge a little bit, I think we will pull out. Well, I probably better think about this first because if I spell done right here, if I spell done, I need to figure out what color I want to do that in. I don't know. I think the red might be kind of fun. I know, again, tattered rose would probably work really well, but it is so light. It just is really difficult to see. So that's kind of tattered rose. It goes well, but it would be a little bit harder to see, I think. So we could do the yellow. There's not really a mint in an oxide or a distress ink. Or we could do the yellow. I feel like I just need to branch out from the yellow. I use yellow a lot, don't I, Terry? Fossilized amber. And actually, it's not quite good. So maybe let's do fired brick. We're using fired brick again, actually. Let's double check and see if there's let's do candied apple. That'll brighten it up a little bit as opposed to the fired brick. All right, so put that one away. Candied apple is right there. And we'll put picked raspberry away. But there is one other thing I would like to do. I am actually going to get maybe scattered straw. Let's see if scattered straw would be better. Fossilized amber or scattered straw. Let's look. Let me close my door. Nick's talking on the phone. He seems a little loud. All right. So, where are we? Where's the yellow? Red, orange, yellow. Red, orange, yellow. There we go. Mustard seed, no. Squeezed lemon, no. Fossilized amber. I probably will go with fossilized amber because there are other colors that I could do, but it would kind of totally change it. Here is an example. All right, guys, here. This is an example. When we talk about your distress oxide inks, pigment-based inks being water reactive, here's a perfect example, and hopefully you can see this. So do you see up in here how it's a little bit bluish, grayish? That is because the stamp was cleaned, and then it was still a little bit had moisture on it, and then frayed burlap was inked on top of the stamp, and it was stamped. It reacted with the water. That color reacted with the water, and that is why it looks different like that. So if you ever see something like that happening, then that's what's going on. It's you probably have a little bit of moisture on your stamp, and pigment-based inks, water reactive, and that's what happened. All right. Let me see. Okay. I mean, you know what? It would totally change it if I did. No, I don't want to do frayed burlap. I'm not doing that. Let's get fossilized amber. We're going to do fossilized amber. Okay, fossilized amber. This is what we're going to do. We want to soften that edge a little bit. So we are going to ink the edges. And I'm going to get out my little container, my storage containers for my little foam pieces, my little foam storage, blah, blah, blah. Fossilized amber. So this is one of my products. That is a ink blending foam. So these little guys, it's storage. So they are available in, I don't know, maybe 12 different brands and types of inks now. Like that is Distress Oxide. But whatever ink you pick, it has that at the top. There are 2 sheets that come in each little pack. So you get the little storage container. You get the 2 sheets. The sheets are blank, right? Well, they're not really blank. They have the squares on them. So with the 2 sheets, you can store up to 40 of your little foams in one case. So the kit also includes 42 pre-punched circles so that you can ink or swatch all your colors. And then also includes 40 of your little Velcro pieces so that they stick to your little circles. So this is like there's a little Velcro. So this is a great way to store all your little foam pieces. You want to know which color is which, right? It's really important to know which type of ink it is. So let's say you really love Distress ink. So you've got Distress ink and Distress Oxide. So you have fossilized amber, same color, but 2 different types of inks. You do not want to use, even though it's the same color, the same little blender for your Distress ink versus your Distress Oxide. You don't want to use the same one for both because they have totally different properties. So pigment-based ink takes a little bit to dry. That's what makes it blendable because while it's still not dry, you can do a lot of blending and kind of ombre looks and things like that. Do I have ink there? I have a little bit of ink there. They both have different properties. So you do not want to mix the same color on the same little foam piece because then you are contaminating. The properties now are mixing together and they won't do what you want them to do if you're doing something other than stamping or, inking edges like I do. That's pretty much about as mixed media as I get inking the edges because I can control that somewhat. So anyhow, those are little storage cases. Mine are now complete because Tim is no longer, he is done releasing Distress colors. Well, he's actually done doing products, period. But all the Distress colors are now released. So I re-swatched all my little guys after everything was complete so everything would be together. Anyhow, but I inked the edges. So makes a big difference. See how that just totally softened that and kind of makes everything blend together. It just kind of brings everything together. So let's look at if I didn't do that. You see that? See how that is just kind of really plain? Look at the difference. It just adds some color and, Denise, do you have the storage container for the tiny blender domes? Yes, we do. It's the exact same storage container, but it is the sheets that are different. So, and I don't remember, you'll see it on the website, but they, because the tiny ones are smaller, there are more squares on the tinies than there are on the minis. So this is the mini size, And then the tinies are, let me look. Oh yeah, here's a tiny. So here's the difference. Mini, tiny. Whoops, there we go. Mini on the left, tiny on the right. So there are more squares on the tiny sheets because those are smaller. Good question. All right, so let me just put this little guy away and then we will keep going. Yeah, you should just be able to look for, probably the easiest way to find it, Denise, is if you go to laylebymail.com, there is a link for all of my products, and then it kind of breaks them down into all the different types, but you'll see the foam storage containers. And like I said, I think there's probably 12 different inks, 12 different brands, like a Distress Oxide, a Distress ink, Ranger, Stampin' Up. There's so many, but if there's ever one that we don't have, just you can just reach out and we can add it. We can make it for you. It's easy to do. In fact, we added 3 new ones, I want to say, within the last month, just based on requests. All right. Let's see. Okay, there we go. And then we'll put this little guy here, but I think I'll wait to put that down until I will stamp first. So this is just going to say done. Done. Done, 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 done. You know, there's studies. They do studies based on, oh gosh. Aha. So a bunch of these fell off, which means I need to clean the back of them. Means they've got a little dust or lint or Reggie hair or something on them. Because when I did that, they all kind of fell off the sheet a little bit. We don't want that. Although I do need the N and I need the O and I need the D and I need the E. One thing I need to, so you know what, I need to go to the dollar store today. We were talking about I lose stamps when I'm working often because this is what I do. I pull them off the sheet and I lay them on my work surface. And one of our sessions, I was saying, oh my gosh, I'd love like a little stand that I, could put my stamps on just to hold them while I'm working with them. And Tabitha said, oh, I know exactly. I'll tell you what I use for that. And I'm like, what? And she said she goes to the dollar store and buys one of those like clear little like frames that has a like clear plastic, clear acrylic frame stand thing. And she said she just puts her stamps like right there on those while she's working with them. And I'm like, that is genius. But I just remembered that I haven't done that. I need to do that. If you are a fan, so the alphabet stamp I'm using right now is Reggie Alpha. That is a 5x7 stamp set. You have uppercase and lowercase on that same 5x7 set. If you are a fan of Reggie Alpha, you will want to make sure to stay tuned for the March stamp release on March 21st, because if you like Reggie Alpha, you'll really like what's coming. All right. So one of the things I talked about earlier was I am a control freak and I like to control the placement of my stamps. I like to decide how close I want them to be together. And so instead of putting all those letters on one stamping block, I'm going to stamp them one at a time because then I can get them as close together as I want. I think I probably, I don't know, let's see. D, all right, going to make a little line here with my pencil so I know where to start, where to finish, and I will just erase that when I'm done. Also, that will help to make sure that those letters are straight-ish, right? Straight-ish. Come on, it's hand stamped, so it may not be perfect. Well, let's be honest, it's not going to be perfect. Not may. It won't be perfect, but that'll help us get a little bit closer, right? Goodness, like sticking to all the things here. All right. So if you were making a done list, what would be on your done list? Karen Haynes, any update, Lael, on vertical number stamp set that I brought up a few weeks back? Highly interested. Yes, ma'am, Miss Karen Haynes. Your wish is my what? I can't remember that. Yes, there are two. They're done. I have the production samples here, and they are in production right now. So, one of them will be part of the March release, and the second one will be part of the May release. So there you go. Command. There you go. Your wish is my command. Yeah. So yeah. Very excited about that. But you just have to wait. You have to wait until March 22nd to see them. All right. Let's test this. And it was such a great idea. You guys know, you can always ask if you're like, oh, I wish you would do a stamp set like this or like that. Then you know what? It can't hurt to ask. It cannot hurt to ask. It may make sense for me. It may not. I may want to do it. I may not be able to do it, but you can always ask, right? You can always ask like Karen did. Because it never occurred to me when she said, hey, it'd be really helpful if, and I'm like, you know what, Karen, that is a great idea. I love it. D-O-N-E, done. And mine are lowercase. I don't know if you probably look at my stamped words, they're pretty much always lowercase. That's just what I do. I like them lowercase. Alrighty. D-O-N-E. So what would be on your, do you ever do a list like this? Do you ever put, do you ever put something on your to-do list that you've already done just so you can mark it off? And we're all friends here, so you can admit it. I do it all the time. Because, I know what I was saying earlier. Totally lost my train of thought. There are a lot of studies about lists. And, what did I do that? And the little dopamine hit that you get from crossing something off. Right? I don't know about you guys, but I can always use more dopamine, right? That is a free drug that your body makes. It's that little feeling of accomplishment, or it gives you a little burst, or kind of like a glimmer. It may just give you you get a little dopamine hit. So I get that by accomplishing things, by doing things. But I also get it every time I cross something off of my to-do list. You get a little dopamine hit. So do it. Even if it's things like, I got out of bed today, right? You got out of bed today. Well, guess what? Hopefully you got out of bed. And if you didn't, then you know what? There are other things on your to-do list that are happening. You're probably getting a lot of good sleep. Maybe you're binge watching a whole bunch of shows. Maybe you're talking to friends on the phone, whatever you're doing, you're napping, whatever it is. But if you need to put got out of bed on your to-do list, then you know what? You should totally do that, right? You're the boss of you. No one should be able to tell you what can and can't go on your to-do list. And that right there, cross it off. Did you brush your teeth? Great, cross it off. Did you have a cup of coffee? Great, cross it off. Did you make the bed? Great, cross it off. Zen Girls, I love it. She said, call it a victory accomplishment list. Write things on it to cross it off. Yeah. And I bet if you ask a lot of people, they would tell you, people do that. You write things on just to cross it off, right? But it's kind of fun to keep track of some of those things. I love it. A victory accomplishment list. A VAL. It's a victory accomplishment list. All right. So now what I need to do, I need to also date this. So what I might do is do we pull on the date right now? Because it's important to me to date this, right? That's important. So what I'd like to do here, I'm not sure if I want it to go right there. And the only way I'll know is if I stamp it. But I really don't want to stamp it and then realize, ooh, I don't like that there. So semi-transparent sticky notes. You'll find these on the website as well. This is probably the way I use these the most. That if I am not sure if I'm going to like something where I think I want it to go, I can stamp. Today is, March 1st. Today is March 1st. So I can stamp that on that little semi-transparent sticky note and see what it looks like and see if I like it. Now, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Look you can't even see it. So I use usually something like this. I'll just keep around and I'll continue to use the same one and stamp whatever on it until I'm ready for a new one. Now, I need to clean that because it still has black on it because I didn't clean it, but I like that there. That line will not be there. That line was just my line to try to get that straight. So I know I like it there. But as I said, I did need to clean that because last time I used it with black. And so that's usually the only color I use here. So we might have to test this a couple times. Because I'd really not like to have black in with my red. All right. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Definitely used that last with black because I just transferred black ink on that. That was not very good, Lil. Oh, well. All right, so cleaned that off well, and now it is no longer stamping black. Although it is in a little spot on the 5. So let me just clean that little part off. And let's try that again. It will be a little bit wet, but that's okay, just as I test it. There we go, nice and clean. So that is another reason why you test your stamps first, right? You test them first so you know if they're clean. They don't have a little bit of black underneath them. All right, let me get this here and try to get this straight and not mess it up. It's a little bit further away from my line, but guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do second generation stamping. All right, do you ever see when people do that? Oh wait, you couldn't see that. Do you ever see when people do that? I just stamped over that a bunch more times. It's not necessarily my favorite look, but that did help solve a problem. Hang on, there we go. It did help solve the problem of it being a little bit far away. So second generation stamping, what that is, your first generation stamping is when you ink and stamp like I did the first time. Second generation is you stamp again without re-inking. All right, so that's a fancy name for just continue to stamp again without re-inking. All right, I do not want to erase that line yet. I will wait until this afternoon to erase that line because remember, Distress Oxide takes a minute to dry. So if I were to go in right now with my eraser, I would probably smudge that red all over the place, and I don't want to do that. All right, so last thing I think I would like to try is... where's my done? Oh, golly. See, now is when I really wish I had that little, oh, there we go. That little thing, the little sticker, the little acrylic thing. All right, different size stamping block. Now, would we do it in red? Oh, what if we just did it down here? That might be kind of fun if we did it down there. I think I like it there. So I need to have a little piece of white cardstock, because instead of stamping on that directly, which that yellow would kind of get in the way, if I do this, let me stamp that a couple times just in case I can't quite get it. Then I'm going to use our 1-inch circle punch. Those were designed to fit a 1-inch circle punch. So we go like that. Voila! And that little guy can go right down there at the bottom. Now, really, I would like it if it was right there, but that won't work. So it's just going to go right there at the bottom. Oh, okay. So I have an idea. There is no washi in Front Porch. Simple Stories is no longer doing washi with their collection. So there's no washi with Front Porch, but I wonder if, golly, I don't know. Let me look and see if that is there. That is not there. Those are months of the year. Let me just see my little squirrel. You guys want to see this? This is kind of fun. This is very heavy. This little guy sits on my desk. This is a gold squirrel that is holding a nut, and the nut is a bowl, and this holds washi. on my desk. So maybe that one will work. That is this little guy. It's a days of the week. This is part of a set. This is on the website, but I don't remember what it's called. It's part of there's two pieces in there. Ooh, I like it. All right, so this is just days of the week, right? We'll put that there. And that will go there. That will go there. Sounds like I'm saying Stephen Colbert, Stephen Colbert. Ooh, all right. We're getting somewhere now. Okay. So if I was not working in a traveler's notebook, I would pop dot the heck out of this. I'd have a big old foam square behind it so that it would lift off the page. But I don't do that in my traveler's notebooks because dimension is not necessarily a good thing in your traveler's notebook, right? Because if I were to pop dot that and this was sitting here, it'd be fine here. But then when I went to do a list right here and I was trying to write, I'd run into a problem because there'd be some dimension there that I really don't want to be there or don't want to have there, not be there. All right, I think we're good. I would also pop this little guy back up too because that would just be nice to have a little bit of dimension. But you just need to think when you're working in a traveler's notebook that sometimes you can't do things or maybe you shouldn't do things that you might normally do just because you can't take a page out necessarily to work on it, right? All right, there we go. There's my little award, my done award. All right, so now let's make our list. So let's decide what do we want to, ooh, look at this. I did it. That works. I did it. That is also from Goal Getter. Where might we want to put I did it? Not there. I don't know. We'll hold on to that and see. We'll just put it on the back side of that for now. I'll probably forget that that's there. We'll see if we want to do something with that. All right, so now I'm ready for my done list. These are the things that I got done on. Oh, guess what? It wasn't March 1st. I didn't do these on March 1st. I did these on February 28th. I did these yesterday. Guess what? No one's going to know, right? No one is going to know that I didn't do these things today that I did them yesterday, right? We can take creative liberties. That is a clear creative liberty that I am taking. All right, let's look at our bullet stamps again. Let's look at, oh, incidentally, if you like that little idea behind kind of the little circles like that, there's the same thing, but those are months of the year. So January through December. Oh, hold please. Hold please, I am going to do something different. Because the idea with these little circles, those little circles, you could make a colored circle and then stamp on top of it. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come back and take this, take that. Ooh. I have not used this stamp set yet, so that has not been conditioned. So I need to just test it a couple times to get the ink to get it conditioned. Actually, there we go. All right, we'll come back here. But what I could try, I'm going to go by itself first. But then we could also try this. Let's see. Punch both of these out. Actually, I don't want to punch that other one out yet. I would do this first. I mean, that could work, right? It could work. Or I could try just stamping that in black. I think that's what I'm going to try. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hello, Nancy Stone. You are not popping in too late. We are on our third and last list. Nancy, I know, lives in Australia, New Zealand. Australia, New Zealand. I don't remember which one, Nancy. I just remember that you live in that part of the world. And so it is a totally different day for you. Morning and different day. Well, Nancy knows that. I'm just sharing that with everyone else. All right, so now let's try black. And see if we like the way that looks, better or worse or different, right? Better, worse, different. Oh, I pressed a little bit too hard on that, but that's okay. Totally takes on a different look when that's in black, doesn't it? All right, let's see. Hello, Julie Francis from Nova Scotia. Oh, I love it. Phoebe used to do a daily download list of all the things I would do during the day. And you just feel like you get so much done, right? And I will tell you, last night, I'm like, ooh, I want to cross a few more things off of my list. And that's nice when it makes you kind of, you know, I don't know, whatever it takes to motivate you. If it's crossing more things off of your list, then that's good. You get a little bit more done than maybe you normally would. Well, for me, that's what habit tracking is all about, because I want to cross those things off every day. I want to cross the things off. So it just motivates me to do it. All right, we've got a whole bunch of different examples, right? We have 4 different examples here that we can work with. That one's stuck. I think that's probably not. Let's look at this. Done. No, too bold. Done. Oh, too bold. I think I'm going back to that. Sometimes here, that has sticky on it, so we'll just do this guy. But you know what's a lot easier to do? It is a lot easier while you have everything out to test a bunch of different things. All right, there we go. We're back to the start with our done, with that little done. Done, done. Alrighty, now I am ready for my list. I need a bullet stamp. So what do we want to use here? This is Bulletin More 3. Oh, I know. How about the check mark? That would be a good one. Right up there at the top for us. We'll do the check mark because that is what the done is all about. Checking it off our list. All right, now. What, I guess, do I continue to embrace the red? Or do we do yellow? We'll just look. We'll see what we think. Back to our stamping stylus. And again, as long as I line that stamp up relative to the placement of the squirrel, then that should be roughly in the same spot every time. So let's look and just see if we think we would like to do that, or the red. Yes, the check. Yep. New Zealand, there we go. New Zealand. Welcome from New Zealand. I can't believe I did that. Dork, Lael. Ooh, okay, see, this is how I have to be careful because you know what I did? I'm going to have to play around with that and see if I can get that off. Because if I put my stamp on there, it actually brings up a little bit of the black. I don't want to do that. Okay, we'll do the red. Whoopsie. Gotta stay away from that center. All right, so here we go. In no particular order. Actually, they did start out in a particular order. They started out kind of chronologically. So the first thing I did, I didn't put things, I mean, I could have. I didn't put things on my list like get out of bed. I did write make the bed because I made the bed, right? I made the bed. And then I worked out. Then I showered. All those things take time, right? And if you're like, how come I couldn't get so much done today? Well, you made the bed, you worked out, you showered, I ate breakfast. I promise you I did do other things besides the things that you might think that you would do every day. But again, I want to be able to cross more things off. I had a call about branded shipping boxes. So branded shipping boxes are in the works that will have my brand on them. Believe it or not, they will be less expensive than the boxes I currently use. So that's good. I cleaned up. From Thursday, this is going to come all the way over here. Thursday night's class. It was a mess in this room, so I cleaned up from Thursday night's class. Social media for Saturday listing. I went to UPS for Amazon returns. I went to the frame store. I went to the car wash. I did 3 blog posts. Wrote 3 blog posts. I finished my February habit tracker. I placed an order with Freckled Fawn. I had a product status call with Amy. She called me from vacation. I worked on, scheduling for season pass die cuts. And new date stamps. I watched some news that I wish I didn't watch. I don't know. It's so hard to watch the news anymore. And it doesn't matter what news, what country, what political party. It's just a blank show, right? Watch the news. And wished I didn't. Exclamation point. All right, now I did more things. Nick and I had dinner, and then we played some cards, and then we watched an episode of Paradise. But there we go. That is pretty much my done list for yesterday, even though it says March 1st, but no one will ever know, right? All right. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was thinking about doing this. I did it. What if, okay, let's get our little transparent sticky note out again and see if we maybe like that nestled right there. I love that word, nestled. Nestled in, ooh, let's put this guy back first. If you're going to lose any of your stamps, you're going to lose the bullets because if you forget to clean them right away and they stay on your little stylus, then I put the stylus away and then the stamp falls off and I don't even realize it's on there, and yeah. So that's a must. That is a must. All right, so let's try. I did it. We need a perfect different size. Now what's nice about I did it is in the same font as done. So done we did with Reggie Alpha, but that's the same font that I used and I did it. I did it. Done. There we go. So that kind of serves two purposes. It fills in a little bit of that extra space up there, but then it just also gives it a little bit more visual interest. Okay, so let's do I did it, and then our done list will be done. Oh no. Well, guess what happened? That's how you know it's handmade. That's how you know it's hand stamped, because I went too fast and it is crooked. But that's okay. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I just did that so you guys know that I'm not perfect, okay? Ha ha. Ha ha. Not really. Okay, now I've got to outline it because, you know, that's what I have to do with everything. And then we are done. Done, done, done. And then it's time to eat lunch. What time is it? Oh, it's 2 o'clock my time. 2 o'clock mountain time. Alrighty. There we go. Now, I need to come back later. Obviously, I need to come back and erase that line. But as I said, I want to give it a couple of hours, even though I know it's dry. But I just don't want to, you know, eraser pressure over that and have an issue. So the last thing maybe I need to figure out is whether or not, because I didn't camouflage that button that is on that, that's on that little, that was on that piece that we rotated. So let's look. I mean, there are other buttons that, but I wouldn't want to put it on top, because if I put it on top, that would just be weird. So maybe it just stays there. Maybe it just stays there and it's fine. Or I pull this off now for the third time. And see if I can, what happens if I totally cover that. So if I totally cover it, now I have created another issue down here, right? Because then it's too much blank space there. So I think we're just going to go with it. It will just be a nice little pop of blue there. All right. All done. So let's adhere that into our Traveler's Notebook insert. Then I will flip the camera and then I will finish. And then I still have now a list for tomorrow that I need to work on. Denise, will there ever be a die set for the label stamp set? Denise, there will not be. For that original label stamp set, there will not be a die set for that. That stamp is retired. So, and we won't be bringing it back. So there will be there'll be something coming out with the March release. So stay tuned for that. Oh, actually, I need to put this along that edge, because if I don't do that, it will not stay, because gravity will want it to pop back up. All right, there we go. Nancy, it all seems to be bad news these days. Why don't they report the good stuff that happens? Because A lot of it is entertainment news, right? I don't know. It without getting all cynical, um, it's ratings, right? A lot of it is ratings, and so if they talk about just the good things, it's not as sensational, and so I don't know. I don't want to be cynical, so. All right, here we go. You guys came to play, not to hear me be cynical about news. All right, so there we go. Looks good and straight. Now I'll pull that out. That last little bit, it just lost again. There we go. All righty. Alrighty. There is my last list for the day. We did our done list. We did our about last month for February list. And we started out with a glimmers list. All right, so there we go. Let's get those big lights out of the way. I will rotate the camera. Eek. I will rotate the camera, unplug, rotate the camera so I'm not standing on my head. There we go. And let me just, give me a second. I got to make sure that, that I know I'm like in focus, in the picture, in the frame. Okay. We're a little bit crooked, but that's okay. Not me, just the image is crooked, right? All right, let's have a quick sip. All right, friends, there we go. Another fun Saturday of listing. If you have any questions, if you are watching the replay or if you asked a question in the chat, I missed it, you can leave a comment on the video when it's over. Oh, we have another giveaway. Hold on. Or you can go to Lail by Mail and click Contact Us. 2 giveaways, right? We did one live, so there's always an after party giveaway. So after party giveaway takes place after we're done. And that giveaway is open until we are listing again, which will be next Saturday, the 8th of March. So leave a comment on the video once it's over, not in the chat, on the video once it's over, anytime between when it's over and next Saturday morning, the 8th of February, 2020. 8th of March, 2025. And right before we start next Saturday, I will draw one random lucky winner to win another $25 gift certificate to the website. So then you basically choose your own prize, right? All right, friends, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Wednesday, we will be doing a What's New Wednesday. I haven't done a What's New Wednesday in a while, so that will be Wednesday the 5th. Wednesday the 5th, we'll do What's New Wednesday, listing again on the 8th. Also, if you purchase the Our Story mini book project kit, class for that is Monday night. So email went out last week. Another one will go out this afternoon or tomorrow, depending on my email system throttles emails. So watch for that. And if you don't know what that is, or you didn't have a chance to purchase that, you can go find that at lailbymail.com. It's Our Story mini book project kit, and you can watch the class anytime after it takes place. All right, friends, thanks for joining me. Take care, and I hope to see you soon. Bye-bye. Bye. Now I've got to walk around the other side of the camera. This new way, I have to walk around the other side of the camera, and this is like the outtakes, right? As I figure out from the other side how to end it. Because I have to hit the X on one side and then the end on the other side. So there we go. Bye.